Welcome, dear friends, to a special bedtime journey. As you snuggle in, the gentle crackling of the cozy fireplace behind me invites you to a place of warmth and comfort. Tonight's stories will transport you to magical, peaceful realms where dreams can dance as softly as the flames. Let the soothing sounds of our tale lull you into relaxation, and know that this cherished time prepares you for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. For a truly uninterrupted experience, you can enjoy all our stories ad-free on Patreon. Sweet dreams and restful slumbers await. Story 1. In a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a little girl named Willow. The cottage, with its moss-covered roof and ivy-clad walls, exuded a warmth and charm that mirrored the vibrant life within the forest itself. Willow, a curious child with a halo of auburn curls and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, was always seeking adventures in the most unexpected of places. Her days were filled with the symphony of rustling leaves and the earthy scent of pine, each moment a whisper of the magic that surrounded her. The forest itself was a living tapestry, teeming with life and secrets. Ancient trees stood as guardians, their roots entwined with the very soul of the earth. The forest floor was a mosaic of fallen leaves and delicate ferns, where tiny creatures scurried about their secretive lives. Willow often imagined the trees whispering to one another, their branches swaying in agreement as if sharing ancient wisdom. This was a place where time felt different, where the past and present danced together in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the cottage windows, casting flickering shadows on the walls, Willow sat by the crackling fire. The room was infused with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and wood smoke. She noticed something peculiar about the worn leather book she had been reading, its cover embellished with intricate, faded patterns that hinted at secrets long forgotten. Whenever she turned a page, the words seemed to shimmer and dance, as if imbued with a life of their own. The letters twisted and twirled, forming delicate patterns that entranced her. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but the magical glow persisted, casting a soft, ethereal light across the room. Suddenly the book's pages began to flutter rapidly, and a gentle voice emerged from its depths, like the murmur of a distant brook. Dear child, you have unlocked the ancient power of the storybook. Within these pages lie countless wondrous tales, just waiting to be explored. Willow's heart raced with excitement, a thrill coursing through her veins. She had always loved stories, their words a doorway to worlds untold, but never could she have imagined that her beloved book possessed such an extraordinary secret. Her fingers tingled with anticipation as she listened intently. The storybook continued, "Tonight you shall embark on a journey like no other. Choose wisely, for the path ahead will test your courage and your heart." Without hesitation, Willow traced her finger along the shimmering words, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from the page, and in an instant she found herself transported into the very story she had selected. She found herself standing in a vast, enchanted meadow, where the air was filled with the fragrant scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Towering trees adorned with glittering leaves swayed in a soft breeze, their branches forming a natural cathedral overhead. In the distance a majestic castle loomed, its spires piercing the twilight sky, bathed in the pink and orange hues of dusk. "Welcome, dear Willow," a melodious voice greeted her, as sweet and soothing as a lullaby. Turning, she saw a beautiful fairy hovering nearby, her gossamer wings shimmering with every flutter like the surface of a tranquil pond, catching the first light of dawn. "I am Zephyr, the guardian of this realm," the fairy said, her eyes twinkling with a kindness that put Willow at ease. "Your journey begins here, but you must not venture forth alone." With a wave of her delicate hand, Zephyr summoned two unlikely companions. First appeared a brave little mouse named Nibbles, whose twitching whiskers and bright, inquisitive eyes betrayed his nervous excitement. Then a wise old owl named Hooty landed gracefully beside them, his feathers a tapestry of browns and golds, his piercing gaze concealing a wealth of knowledge and a hint of mischief. "Nibbles and Hooty will guide you on your quest," Zephyr explained. "Listen to their counsel, for they possess invaluable wisdom." Willow nodded, her eyes wide with wonder and determination. The bond that formed between them felt immediate and profound, a silent promise of loyalty and shared purpose. Together, the trio set off towards the distant castle, their path winding through a vibrant forest teeming with fantastic creatures whose eyes glowed like stars in the gathering dusk. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, they encountered a series of challenges, each more daunting than the last. The first trial was a treacherous ravine, its depths shrouded in mist. With Hooty's sagely advice, they crafted a living bridge from vines and fallen branches, Nibble's nimble paws weaving the strands with surprising skill. Their next challenge came in the form of mischievous sprites, their laughter echoing through the trees as they conjured intricate riddles and puzzles. But it was Willow's quick wit and the collective ingenuity of her companions that outwitted the sprites, earning them safe passage. Their journey was not without moments of introspection. One evening, as they rested by a bubbling brook, Willow shared her fears with Hooty and Nibbles. "What if I can't face the challenges ahead?" she confessed, her voice tinged with doubt. Hooty, his eyes reflecting the night starlight, spoke softly. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. You have already shown great courage, little one." Nibbles, offering a comforting pat with his tiny paw, added, "And remember, you're not alone. We're with you every step of the way." Emboldened by their support, Willow felt a newfound strength blossom within her, her resolve as sturdy as the ancient trees that surrounded them. Finally, they stood before the castle gates, guarded by a fierce dragon whose scales shimmered like molten gold in the fading light. Its eyes, though fierce, held a deep sadness, a loneliness that resonated with Willow's compassionate heart. It was Willow's kindness and empathy that ultimately won the day. She approached the dragon without fear, her voice soft and understanding, as she listened patiently to its tale of isolation and longing. For within the dragon's fearsome exterior beat the heart of a gentle soul, yearning for understanding. Willow offered her friendship, breaking the curse that had plagued the kingdom for generations. The dragon's roar of gratitude echoed through the land, a sound of liberation and newfound hope. At last the castle gates swung open, revealing a wondrous realm of magic and joy. The air was filled with laughter and music, a celebration of life and unity. Willow, Nibbles, and Hooty were welcomed as heroes, their bravery and wisdom celebrated by all. The castle's inhabitants, a diverse assembly of magical beings, shared tales of old and new, their voices a harmonious blend of cultures and experiences. As the festivities unfolded beneath a sky ablaze with stars, Willow realized that her journey had been about more than just reaching the castle. It had been a voyage of self-discovery, one that had taught her the true power of friendship, courage, and compassion. Each challenge had revealed a new facet of herself, a deeper understanding of her own strengths and the value of cooperation. With a contented smile, Willow felt herself being gently pulled back into the cozy cottage, the storybook's pages fluttering closed like a whispered promise of more adventures to come. The fire crackled warmly beside her, the room now imbued with a sense of possibility and wonder. She knew that countless more adventures awaited, each one a treasured opportunity to grow and learn. For in this enchanted world, the most extraordinary magic was not found in spells or potions, but in the boundless possibilities that lay within the heart of a child. Willow's journey had only just begun, and with each new story, she would discover more about herself and the world she was so eager to explore. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in pastel hues, Willow sat at the window, the storybook resting gently in her lap. She gazed at the forest, its secrets whispering through the leaves. A bird's song drifted in on the cool breeze, a melody of renewal and hope, and she knew in her heart that the world was a tapestry of endless stories, each waiting to be told. With a deep breath, she opened the book once more, ready for whatever adventures awaited, her heart brimming with anticipation and joy. As she turned the pages, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, scattering the leaves she had collected during her adventures. They danced around her like playful spirits before settling gently on the floor. One leaf, larger and more vibrant than the rest, caught her eye. It was unlike any she had ever seen, its surface etched with delicate silver markings that glimmered in the morning light. Intrigued, Willow picked it up. As her fingers traced the markings, a faint glow emanated from the leaf, and she felt a strange yet familiar sensation, as if the forest itself were reaching out to her. It was a message, a gentle reminder that her journey, though paused, was far from over. The forest, with all its mysteries and magic, would always be there, a constant companion in her endless quest for discovery and wonder. Story 2. The Whispering Woods and the Heart of the Stream. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and verdant valleys of a quaint village named Wrenwood, there was a secret that only the trees knew. The villagers often whispered about the woods that bordered their homes, calling it the Whispering Woods. To the untrained ear, it was merely the rustling of leaves in the wind, but to those who listened with their hearts, it was a symphony of secrets and stories carried by an ancient magic that flowed through every branch and root. Among the villagers lived a young girl named Amara, who was known for her gentle nature and curious spirit. Amara had eyes the color of twilight skies and hair that danced like flames in the golden sunlight. She was beloved by all, not just for her kindness, but for the way she could make anyone feel heard and special. Yet, it was the woods that held her heart captive. Every day after her chores, she would wander to the edge of the forest, sitting quietly, listening, dreaming of what lay beyond the familiar paths. Amara's fascination with the Whispering Woods stemmed from stories her grandmother used to tell. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to have an endless reservoir of tales, spoke of a time when the forest was alive with creatures of legend, fairies that painted the dawn sky and spirits that danced on moonbeams. These stories were more than just bedtime tales. They were a magical thread that connected Amara to the forest, weaving a tapestry of intrigue and wonder that called to her very soul. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dewdrops on the leaves, Amara noticed something peculiar. A soft, shimmering light flickered between the trees, beckoning her deeper into the woods. With a heart full of wonder and a hint of trepidation, she stepped into the forest, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet and the crisp, fragrant air wrapping around her like a welcoming embrace. The path was winding and narrow, lined with ancient oaks and whispering willows whose branches seemed to reach out in greeting. Amara walked slowly, absorbing the vibrant colors of the wildflowers that peeked through the underbrush, their sweet scents mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. The light continued to guide her, weaving a tapestry of luminescence that danced across the leaves, leading her to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade was a stream, its waters so clear and pure that it glimmered like liquid silver under the morning sun. The stream sang a gentle melody that resonated within Amara's soul. Here she felt a sense of peace and belonging she had never known before. As she knelt by the water's edge, she noticed a small object glinting in the sunlight, a smooth, heart-shaped stone nestled among the pebbles. Tentatively, Amara reached into the cool water and retrieved the stone. It was warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle energy that seemed to echo the beat of her own heart. As she held it, the whispers of the forest grew clearer, words forming from the rustle of leaves and the babble of the brook. Guardian of the woods, the voices intoned softly, you have been chosen to protect the heart of the stream. With it, you shall understand the language of nature and the secrets it holds. Amara felt a wave of awe wash over her. To be chosen by the forest, to be entrusted with such a gift. She knew this moment would change her life forever, but she could not yet imagine how. As days turned into weeks, Amara returned to the glade regularly, learning to listen with her heart and communicate with the natural world. The stone, her constant companion, taught her the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. She learned about the delicate balance of the ecosystem and the importance of harmony and respect for all living things. One evening, as twilight descended upon the village, Amara noticed a change in the forest. The whispers were troubled, the melody of the stream discordant. Her heart quickened as she realized something was amiss. Clutching the stone, she ventured into the woods, her senses attuned to the forest's distress. She soon discovered that a large tree had fallen across the stream, blocking its flow and causing the water to pool and flood the surrounding area. The creatures of the forest were in disarray, their homes threatened by the rising waters. Amara knew she had to act quickly. Calling upon the wisdom she had gained, she communicated with the animals, organizing a team of industrious beavers and strong deer to help clear the blockage. The beavers gnawed through the wood with practiced ease, while the deer used their powerful antlers to move the debris aside. As they worked, Amara sang a soothing melody, her voice a thread of calm weaving through the chaos. Under the starlit sky, the forest came alive with a symphony of effort and cooperation. The animals worked tirelessly, guided by Amara's gentle leadership and the magic of the heart of the stream. Slowly, the water began to flow freely once more, its song returning to a harmonious lullaby that echoed through the night. Exhausted but triumphant, Amara and her newfound friends gathered at the water's edge, basking in the moonlight that danced upon the rippling surface. She felt a profound sense of connection and gratitude towards the forest and its inhabitants. In that moment, she understood that true strength lay not in power, but in unity and compassion. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Amara knew her journey had only begun. The forest would always need a guardian, someone to listen to its whispers and protect its secrets. With the heart of the stream, she would continue to learn and grow, nurturing the bond between the village and the woods. Word of Amara's deeds spread throughout Wrenwood, inspiring others to appreciate and care for the natural world around them. The villagers often saw her walking through the forest, her heart-shaped stone glinting in the sunlight, a symbol of the magic and wisdom she carried within. During one of her routine visits to the glade, Amara encountered an old traveler who had lost his way. His face was lined with years of wandering, and his eyes held stories of distant lands. He was weary, his clothes tattered and dusty from the road. Amara offered him water from the stream and shared her meager lunch, her heart full of compassion. The traveler, in turn, shared tales of his journeys, of cities bustling with life and deserts whispering ancient secrets. He spoke of a distant mountain where the sky met the earth, a place of great power and mystery. Amara listened intently, her imagination painting vivid images of the places he described. The traveler's tales ignited a spark within her, a desire to explore beyond the boundaries of her beloved woods. Yet the thought of leaving her home and the responsibility she felt towards the forest weighed heavily upon her. She confided in the traveler, who nodded with understanding. "Your heart is bound to this place," he said, his voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Yet the world beyond holds lessons that can enrich your bond with it. Sometimes, to truly understand our roots, we must spread our wings." Amara pondered his words long after the traveler had departed, leaving her with a small token, a compass with a needle that seemed to dance in harmony with the whispers of the woods. She realized that her journey was not just about protecting the forest, but also understanding the world it was a part of. As the seasons turned and the vibrant greens of summer gave way to the fiery hues of autumn, Amara decided to explore the world beyond Wrenwood. However, she left with a promise to return, to bring back stories and wisdom that would enrich the village and strengthen its bond with the forest. Her departure was bittersweet. The villagers gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with pride and hope. Her journey began with an unexpected encounter. As she wandered through the ancient cobblestone streets of a nearby town, she stumbled upon an artist whose paintings captured the very essence of nature. The artist, a gentle soul named Elias, had a studio filled with canvases that seemed to pulse with life. He spoke of how he drew inspiration from the whispers of the wind and the dance of sunlight on leaves, much like Amara had learned to do with the heart of the stream. Elias taught Amara to see the world through an artist's eyes, to find beauty in the mundane and hear stories in silence. This new perspective enriched Amara's connection to the natural world, deepening her appreciation for the subtle symphony that surrounded her every day. Each place she visited added a new layer to her understanding of life, a new note to the melody that played in her heart. With every step, she felt the call of the whispering woods, the promise of home, and the anticipation of sharing what she had learned. One day, while traversing a dense jungle, Amara met an enigmatic shaman who spoke of a cycle of renewal that bound all living things. The shaman's teachings resonated with the lessons from the heart of the stream, reinforcing the notion that every action had a ripple effect, echoing through the natural world. This understanding became a cornerstone of Amara's philosophy, a guiding light in her journey. When Amara finally returned to Wrenwood, the village welcomed her with open arms. She shared her stories, her knowledge, and her heart, weaving a tapestry of unity and growth that touched every villager. Her journey had not only enriched her own bond with the forest, but had also strengthened the connection between the people and the natural world around them. In the end, the true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and harmony it inspired, a timeless melody that would echo through the ages, a whisper in the wind, a song in the stream, a story in the rustle of leaves. And with every dawn, the woods would awaken, alive with the promise of new beginnings and the gentle touch of a guardian's heart. As the village thrived under the newfound understanding between its people and the forest, Amara found herself reflecting on the nature of guardianship. She realized that her role was not just about protection, but about fostering a dialogue between the human world and the natural one. This insight led her to organize gatherings in the village square, where stories of the forest were shared, and lessons of harmony and respect were taught to all, young and old alike. One evening, as the village gathered under a sky painted with the dying light of the sun, Amara shared a tale of her recent travels, a story of a desert where the stars seemed to hang lower and the sands sang with the wind. She spoke of how each grain of sand was a memory of the earth, a testament to the passage of time and the beauty of persistence. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their imaginations ignited by Amara's words. In that moment, the boundaries between their small village and the vast world seemed to blur, reminding them that they were part of something much greater. As the gathering dispersed, Amara stood beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village, the heart-shaped stone warm in her hand. She looked out towards the whispering woods, her heart swelling with gratitude and purpose. She knew that the magic of the heart of the stream was not just in its ability to connect her to the forest, but in its power to unite hearts and inspire change. The whispers of the woods were no longer just a secret melody for her alone to hear. They had become the song of the village, an enduring symphony of unity and hope. And as the first stars appeared in the night sky, Amara knew that with every story shared, every lesson learned, the legacy of the Whispering Woods would continue to grow, carried by the hearts of those who dared to listen. Story 3. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like sentinels of time, and the air was filled with whispers of the past, there lay a world hidden from human eyes. This was a realm where the dance of nature's creatures played out in harmonious symphony, and where the seasons wove their magic with tender care. As dawn brushed the horizon with hues of gold and rose, a gentle mist clung to the forest floor, wrapping the earth in a silken embrace. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the sweet scent of damp earth and the faint perfume of blooming wildflowers. Soft beams of light filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of shadows that danced upon the forest floor. It was in this serene setting that the creatures of the forest began their day, each movement a note in the symphony of life. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of countless seasons. The swirling designs were a testament to the wisdom he had acquired over the years, each groove a story waiting to be told. Thistle was known throughout the forest for his gentle demeanor and his deep understanding of the natural world. He moved with deliberate grace, each step an echo of ancient wisdom, as he made his way to a sun-dappled clearing where the animals often gathered. Today, the clearing was alive with activity. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodic tapestry through the trees. Squirrels darted playfully across the ground, their bushy tails flicking like pennants in the breeze. And there, at the edge of the clearing, stood Bramble, a young rabbit with fur as soft as the clouds above. His eyes, a deep, earnest brown, reflected the curiosity that bubbled within him like a spring brook. Bramble had been waiting for Thistle, eager to learn from the tortoise's wellspring of knowledge. "Good morning, Thistle," he greeted, his voice a gentle rustle like the leaves in the wind. "Good morning, young Bramble," Thistle replied, his voice as smooth and steady as the flow of a tranquil stream. "What brings you to the clearing on this fine day?" Bramble's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I want to understand how the forest stays in balance," he said. "How do the seasons change, and what can we learn from them?" Thistle nodded, pleased by the rabbit's inquisitive nature. "The forest is a tapestry woven by the hands of time," he began. "Each season is a thread, and together they create the fabric of life." As they spoke, the sun climbed higher, casting a warm glow over the clearing. The gentle hum of life filled the air, and the forest seemed to listen as Thistle shared his wisdom. "In spring," Thistle continued, "the world awakens with the promise of new beginnings. The earth is fertile, and life burgeons forth in a dance of renewal. It is a time of growth and possibility." Bramble nodded, picturing the vibrant greens and delicate blossoms that adorn the forest in springtime. "Summer follows," Thistle said, "when the sun's embrace is warm and nurturing. The days are long, and the world is alive with energy and abundance. It is a season of fulfillment and joy." Bramble imagined the forest teeming with life, the air filled with the hum of bees and the laughter of creatures at play. "As the days grow shorter, autumn arrives," Thistle continued, his voice carrying the gentle weight of falling leaves. "It is a time of reflection and preparation, when the forest dons a cloak of gold and crimson. The earth gathers its harvest, and we give thanks for the bounty received." Bramble could see the forest ablaze with color, the air crisp and filled with the scent of ripe fruit and wood smoke. "And finally winter," Thistle said, his voice a soft whisper like falling snow. "Winter is a time of rest and quietude, when the earth sleeps beneath a blanket of white. It is a season of peace, when we reflect on the cycles of life and prepare for the renewal to come." Bramble listened intently, understanding now that each season had its place in the grand symphony of nature. "How do we keep the balance, Thistle?" he asked, his voice laced with reverence. "Through respect and understanding," Thistle replied. "Every creature, every tree, every stream has a role to play. We must cherish the gifts each season brings and live in harmony with the world around us." As Thistle spoke, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of change. The forest seemed to nod in agreement, a living testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. As the conversation flowed like a gentle river, Thistle decided to share a story of the past. "Once, many seasons ago," he began, "there was a great storm that threatened the balance of our forest. The winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, bending even the strongest trees. It was a time of fear and uncertainty." Bramble leaned closer, his eyes wide with anticipation. "What happened?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The creatures of the forest gathered, much like we are today," Thistle continued. "They understood that unity was their greatest strength. Together they helped each other rebuild and heal. The birds spread seeds far and wide, the deer cleared paths for new growth, and even the smallest ants played their part in aerating the soil. It was a lesson in resilience and cooperation." Bramble's heart swelled with admiration for the unity and harmony that the forest had cultivated over the years. He realized that the lessons of the past were as vital as the wisdom shared today, each story a thread in the larger tapestry of life. Feeling the weight of shared history and the hopes for the future, Bramble asked, "Thistle, how do we ensure that the stories and wisdom of the forest are not forgotten?" Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars that would soon grace the night sky. "By living them, young Bramble, every choice you make, every creature you help, every story you share, adds to the legacy of our forest." As they lingered in the clearing, Thistle guided Bramble to a nearby stream, its waters glistening under the sun's gentle caress. The brook whispered tales as it meandered through the forest, its babbling voice a soothing melody. Here Thistle paused, allowing the serenity of the scene to enfold them. "Water like time is ever moving," Thistle said, gesturing to the stream. "It carries with it the essence of life, nurturing the forest and all its inhabitants. It teaches us the importance of flow and flexibility, of adapting to the contours of existence." Bramble watched as a family of otters played in the water, their sleek bodies gliding with joyful abandon. The sight filled him with a sense of wonder, a reminder of the simple joys that nature offered. "Nature shows us that there is strength in gentleness," Thistle continued, his voice a gentle undercurrent to the stream's song. "The river carves its path not through force, but through persistence and grace." With newfound understanding, Bramble felt the lessons of the forest seep into his heart, becoming part of the very fabric of his being. He looked at Thistle, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Thistle, for sharing your wisdom." With a newfound understanding, Bramble bounded away, eager to share what he had learned with the other creatures of the forest. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest settled into the gentle rhythm of evening. As the shadows lengthened, Thistle lingered by the stream, reflecting on his own journey. He remembered being a young tortoise, much like Bramble, seeking the guidance of his elders. Over time, he learned that wisdom was not just about knowing, but about living with intention and heart. He hoped that in his teachings, he had planted seeds of wisdom that would grow within Bramble and others like him. Just as Thistle was about to make his way back, a sudden rustle in the underbrush caught his attention. From the shadows emerged a fox with a coat of fiery orange, its eyes keen and intelligent. This was Ember, known for his cleverness and often misunderstood intentions. "Evening, Thistle," Ember greeted, his voice smooth and layered with curiosity. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. It seems young Bramble is learning well." Thistle nodded, acknowledging the fox's presence. "Indeed, Ember, Bramble is eager to learn the ways of the forest." Ember tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the last light of the day. "And what of those who walk the edge of shadow like myself? We too have stories to tell, lessons to impart. Balance, after all, is not just about peace, but understanding all facets of life." Thistle considered Ember's words, recognizing the truth within them. "You're right, Ember. Every creature, even those who tread paths less traveled, holds a piece of the forest's wisdom. It's in the diversity of voices that the true harmony of the forest is found." The fox smiled, a flicker of pride in his expression. "Perhaps one day I'll share my stories with Bramble, lessons of cunning and survival, of navigating the complexities of life." "I would welcome that," Thistle said, appreciating Ember's offer. "For balance is achieved not through sameness, but through the weaving of many threads." As Ember vanished back into the shadows, Thistle felt a renewed sense of hope for the forest's future. He understood that every creature, regardless of their nature, played a vital role in the symphony of life. The moon rose high, bathing the world in silver light, and the creatures of the forest drifted into slumber, cradled by the soothing lullaby of the night. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its timeless dance, each season a step in the eternal waltz of harmony and balance. As Thistle closed his eyes, he felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that the stories and lessons of the forest would live on, carried by the winds, the waters, and the hearts of those who called it home. Story 4. In the quaint village nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, where the air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the sky wore a constant shade of serene blue, lived a young girl named Linnea. Her hair, the color of sun-drenched wheat, cascaded down her back, and her eyes mirrored the depths of the emerald forest bordering her home. Known for her gentle nature and a smile that could light up any room, Linnea possessed a peculiar trait that set her apart, the ability to communicate with forest creatures. Linnea's cottage, a picture of rustic charm, stood with its walls entwined in ivy and a garden alive with the vibrant colors of wildflowers. Inside, the warmth of a crackling fireplace mingled with the aroma of fresh herbs and the gentle hum of a tea kettle. Her grandmother, a wise and loving woman who had raised Linnea since childhood, often spoke of the forest's secrets and the magic hidden within its depths. It was said that long ago, the forest housed an enchanted realm where creatures of light and shadow dwelt in harmony, guarding treasures and wisdom from times forgotten. One chilly autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Linnea found herself drawn to the forest's edge. The trees beckoned with rustling whispers. Clad in her favorite cloak of deep green, she stepped into the shadows, the familiar path unfolding beneath her feet like an old friend. The forest was alive with nature's symphony, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of squirrels, and the occasional hoot of an owl hidden among the branches. As Linnea ventured deeper, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with delicate patterns that shimmered in dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Linnea gently lifted the box, warmth emanating from it as though it held a living heart. As she opened it, a soft, golden light spilled forth, revealing a delicate, iridescent feather nestled within. The feather glowed with an ethereal luminescence, and Linnea felt warmth spread through her fingertips, as though the feather whispered secrets meant only for her. Intrigued by this discovery, Linnea decided to visit the village elder, a kind-hearted man named Elder Rowan, whose wisdom ran as deep as the ancient forest's roots. Elder Rowan lived in a cottage on the village outskirts, surrounded by an herb garden rumored to have a plant for every ailment of the body and soul. As Linnea approached, she found him tending his chamomile plants, the air heavy with their calming fragrance. Elder Rowan, Linnea called softly, her voice a gentle ripple in the cool afternoon air. I found something curious in the forest, and thought you might know what it is. Elder Rowan looked up, his face creased with the lines of countless smiles and eyes twinkling with age-old wisdom. Ah, young Linnea, what have you brought me today? He asked, brushing the soil from his hands before taking the box from her. As he opened the box and saw the feather, a look of recognition crossed his face. This, my dear, is no ordinary feather, Elder Rowan said, his voice barely above a whisper. It is from a starlight phoenix, a creature of legend, said to be born from the very stars themselves. They are guardians of the hidden realm I'm sure your grandmother has told you about. This feather is a key, you see, to a world beyond our own, a world of magic and ancient secrets. Linnea's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. But why did the feather come to me? She asked, her voice a mix of awe and curiosity. The forest has chosen you, Linnea, Elder Rowan replied with a gentle smile. You have a pure heart and a connection to the natural world that few possess. The feather will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. You must follow where it leads and trust in your own heart." With these words, Elder Rowan handed the box back to Linnea. She thanked him and made her way home, her mind swirling with thoughts of adventure and discovery. That night, as the moon cast its silver glow over the village, Linnea placed the feather beneath her pillow and drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, she awoke with a sense of purpose. The feather seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, almost as if urging her to set out on her journey. After a hearty breakfast and a fond farewell to her grandmother, Linnea set off into the forest, the feather safely tucked in her satchel, its glow guiding her path. As she walked, the forest seemed to transform around her. The trees stood taller, their leaves whispering ancient songs. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. Linnea followed the feather's glow, weaving through the trees, her heart open to the wonders and mysteries that awaited her. The path led her to a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. The air sparkled with tiny motes of light, dancing like fireflies in the breeze. In the center of the clearing stood an archway made of intertwined branches, adorned with flowers that seemed to bloom with an otherworldly radiance. As Linnea approached, the feather vibrated with excitement, urging her forward. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool forest air fill her lungs, and stepped through the archway. Instantly, warmth and light enveloped her, and the world around her shifted. Linnea found herself in a realm unlike any she had imagined. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the ground shimmered with a soft, golden light. Trees with silver leaves towered above, their branches swaying like dancers in a gentle breeze. All around her, creatures of every shape and size moved with grace and harmony, unicorns with manes of stardust, birds with feathers of flame, and butterflies with wings like stained glass. Amidst this wonder, a figure approached, a young boy with hair as black as midnight and eyes that sparkled like stars. His name was Orion, a guardian of the hidden realm. With a welcoming smile, he greeted Linnea, his voice soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, Linnea, the forest has chosen well. We have awaited your arrival." Linnea felt warmth in her heart at his words, and together they set off to explore the hidden realm. Orion shared the realm's history, of how it was once connected to the human world, a place where magic flowed freely and harmony reigned. But over time, the connection weakened, and now only a few chosen ones could cross the threshold. As they walked, Linnea and Orion encountered many wonders: a lake reflecting constellations, a grove where music drifted on the air, and a meadow where flowers sang softly in the breeze. Each place held its own secrets and stories, and Linnea felt her heart swell with the beauty and magic of it all. But the realm was not without challenges. A shadow had fallen over the land, a creeping darkness threatening to extinguish the light. It was said only the light of a starlight phoenix could drive the darkness away, and Linnea's feather was the key to summoning the phoenix. Together, Linnea and Orion embarked on a quest to find the heart of the realm, where the phoenix could be called forth. The journey was fraught with trials, each testing Linnea's courage and wisdom. They traversed mist-shrouded mountains, crossed rivers of swirling stars, and navigated labyrinthine forests where trees whispered of times long past. Throughout their journey, Linnea and Orion grew closer, their friendship blossoming like the flowers of the hidden realm. They laughed and shared stories, their bonds strengthening with each step. It was through their friendship and trust in one another that they overcame the challenges. At last they reached the heart of the realm, a vast clearing where the ground glowed with a soft, golden light, and the air was filled with 1,000 voices singing in harmony. In the center stood a towering tree, its branches reaching the heavens, and from its boughs hung countless glowing orbs, each a star captured from the night sky. Linnea took the feather from her satchel, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. With a deep breath, she held it aloft, allowing its light to fill the clearing. The air shimmered and a great radiant bird appeared, a starlight phoenix, its feathers ablaze with dawn's colors. The phoenix spread its wings, filling the clearing with brilliant light that banished shadows and darkness. Its song, a melody of hope and renewal, echoed through the realm, bringing life to all it touched. The darkness threatening the realm was dispelled, and harmony was restored. As the phoenix took flight, its light merged with the stars above, and Linnea knew the realm's connection to the human world had been rekindled. The forest would once again be a place of magic and wonder, a bridge between worlds. Linnea and Orion stood together, watching the phoenix soar into the sky, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. They knew their friendship had been the key to their success, and the bonds they formed would endure long after their journey ended. With the realm at peace, Linnea had to return to her world. Orion walked with her to the archway, his presence a comforting reassurance. As they reached the threshold, Orion smiled, his eyes reflecting the realm's light. "Thank you, Linnea," he said warmly. "You've brought light to our world, and your spirit will always be part of it." Linnea smiled back, her heart full of love and contentment. "And I will carry the magic of this place with me, always," she replied. With a final embrace, Linnea stepped through the archway, feeling the realm's warmth linger in her heart. She emerged into the forest's familiar embrace, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and pink on the horizon. As she walked home, Linnea felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. The forest hummed with life, its magic renewed and vibrant. She knew the hidden realm would always be part of her, a place of wonder and friendship to visit whenever she needed to remember the world's beauty. That night, as Linnea lay in bed, the feather glowing softly on her nightstand, she closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with starlight and the phoenix's gentle song. In the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its secrets, a lullaby of magic and harmony that would stay with her forever. Yet as days turned to weeks, Linnea found herself yearning for the realm's enchantment. One evening she confided in her grandmother, who listened with a wise, knowing smile. "The magic you seek is within you, Linnea," she said, her voice a soothing balm. "The realm has merely awakened what was always there." Inspired, Linnea began to notice the magic in her everyday life, the way sunlight danced through leaves, the melody in a bird's song, the stories whispered by the wind. She shared these wonders with the villagers, teaching them to see the world through eyes of wonder and hearts open to magic. Thus, Linnea's journey didn't truly end. It transformed, spreading the realm's magic throughout her village, bridging the worlds not with feathers or archways, but with love, friendship, and a deep appreciation for the extraordinary woven into the fabric of the ordinary. And so the forest's magic thrived, a living testament to the harmony between realms, forever carried in Linnea's heart. In the months that followed, Linnea found her days rich with new experiences. She began to visit the village school, where eager children gathered around her, eyes wide with curiosity. She taught them to listen to the stories in the rustling leaves, and to find joy in the fluttering dance of butterflies. Each lesson was more than just about the world around them. It was about the world within them, the magic of kindness, the power of imagination, and the strength of unity. One afternoon, as Linnea sat beneath the old oak tree on the village green, she was joined by a familiar face. Elder Rowan, with his gentle wisdom, had come to share in her newfound purpose. "You've done well, Linnea," he said, his voice as soothing as the soft breeze. "The village is alive with the magic you've shared." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "It's the realm's magic," she replied, "and everyone deserves a piece of it." Together they watched as the children played, their laughter ringing through the air like a melody. The village had become a tapestry of light and color, each thread woven with the magic of the realm and the spirit of the people. Linnea knew her role was not just to share the magic, but to nurture it, ensuring it grew with every heart it touched. As the seasons changed, Linnea found herself returning to the forest, not to seek the hidden realm but to find solace and inspiration. One misty morning, as she wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon a gathering of animals: a deer with gentle eyes, a fox with a bushy tail, and a wise old owl perched on a branch overhead. They welcomed her with a serenity that calmed her soul, as if acknowledging her role as a bridge between their world and hers. In their company, Linnea discovered new stories and lessons. She learned of the delicate balance that kept the forest alive, the intricate dance of life and death, and the silent communication that linked all creatures. These insights deepened her understanding of the hidden realm's magic and her place within it. As Linnea shared these lessons with the villagers, a sense of community blossomed. Together they planted new gardens, restored neglected paths, and celebrated the beauty of the natural world with festivals that honored the changing seasons. The village thrived, a testament to the enduring power of nature's magic and the strength of human connection. And so the enchantment of the hidden realm flourished, not just in the forest but in the village and beyond. Linnea's journey was a testament to the power of believing in the extraordinary and the beauty of finding magic in the everyday. Her story was one of transformation, a reminder that the magic of the realm lived not in distant worlds, but in the hearts and minds of those who dared to dream and believe. As the years passed, Linnea's legacy lived on, a beacon of hope and wonder, inspiring generations to come. The forest remained a place of mystery and beauty, its secrets whispered to those who listened with open hearts. And in the quiet of the night, the village, nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, continued to thrive, its story woven into the stars above, a testament to the enduring power of magic, friendship, and love. One summer evening, Linnea found herself drawn once more to the ancient oak, where her journey had truly begun. As the stars began to twinkle in the dusky sky, she sat beneath its vast branches, reflecting on how much she had grown. Her heart felt full, yet she sensed that her story was far from over. In the twilight, as fireflies began their waltz, Linnea closed her eyes and breathed in the cool evening air. Suddenly, she felt a gentle pressure on her shoulder. Opening her eyes, she found a small, curious squirrel perched there, its eyes wide with a message it seemed eager to share. It chattered animatedly, and Linnea listened closely, her gift for understanding the forest creatures sharper than ever. The squirrel spoke of a new path that had opened in the forest, one that glowed under the moonlight and seemed to pulse with an inviting energy. Intrigued, Linnea decided to follow, feeling the stirrings of adventure once more. She thanked the squirrel, which bounded off into the trees, leaving her to ponder this new mystery. As darkness settled over the forest, Linnea donned her cloak and set out, guided by the faint luminescence of the path. The night was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, and the air was filled with the scent of jasmine and earth freshly kissed by dew. Her heart, a steady drumbeat of excitement and curiosity, urged her forward. The moonlit path led her to a secluded glade, a place she had never seen before. It was serene and untouched, the air humming with a gentle magic. At its center was an ancient stone circle, worn with age and covered in soft, emerald moss. In the circle's heart, a pool of water mirrored the star-strewn sky. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Linnea approached the pool and gazed into its depths. The water stirred and images began to form, visions of her past, her adventures in the hidden realm, and the faces of those she loved. But there were also glimpses of what could be, a tapestry of possibilities and paths yet to be taken. As she watched, a sense of clarity washed over her. She realized that her journey was not just about exploring realms and uncovering secrets, but about understanding her own heart and the potential of her spirit. The stone circle, with its timeless wisdom, had shown her that the true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself. With newfound resolve, Linnea returned to her village, her heart aglow with the understanding that every day held the promise of magic, if only she chose to see it. Her tale was one of endless beginnings, each day a new chapter in a story that would continue to unfold beyond the pages of time. And so, Linnea's legacy became the foundation of a new legend, whispered through the leaves and carried on the wind, a reminder that magic, in all its forms, was a living force, present in every heart that dared to beat in time with the world's wonders. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient emerald forest lay a secluded grove, where towering trees whispered secrets to the sky, and sunlight danced through a canopy of emerald leaves. Here the creatures of the woodland lived in a harmonious symphony, a sanctuary untouched by the rush of time. This enchanted place was a tapestry woven with threads of magic and nature's wisdom. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and sounds. The earthy scent of moss mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers, while the gentle rustle of leaves was a language known to Orin, the wise old owl. His amber eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons, and his feathers shimmered like silver moonlight as he perched upon an ancient oak, watching over the forest with quiet guardianship. Orin was the keeper of stories, the teller of time, and a friend to all who sought the counsel of the forest's past. Nestled among the ferns in the soft shadows of the underbrush, a family of rabbits busily prepared their burrows for the coming autumn. Their fur was as soft as the downy clouds drifting lazily above, and their eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Thistle, the youngest rabbit, was a bundle of energy and wonder, always eager to explore the world beyond their meadow, her heart filled with the music of life that echoed through the trees. One crisp morning, as the sun rose and painted the forest with strokes of gold, a peculiar phenomenon graced the grove. A gentle mist, tinged with hues of iridescent lavender and sapphire, wove its way through the trees. It carried with it a whisper of magic, a reminder of the delicate balance that held the forest together. The mist had arrived earlier than usual, heralding an early shift in the seasons, a change unforeseen. The creatures of the forest gathered beneath the towering oaks, drawn together by the enchanting mist. Among them was Bramble, a wise tortoise whose shell was etched with the stories of the earth. Slow and deliberate, Bramble had witnessed the cycles of the forest unfold through many lifetimes. His deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of experience, and he first spoke of the unusual mist. "This mist," Bramble began, his eyes reflecting the morning light, "is a herald of change. It brings with it the whispers of the seasons, and we must heed its call. The forest must prepare for an early autumn, for balance must be maintained." The creatures listened earnestly, the soft rustle of leaves punctuating Bramble's words. Orin, from his perch high above, added his voice to the gathering. "The mist is a gift, a reminder that we are part of a greater cycle. Each of us plays a role in keeping our home in harmony. Let us work together to adjust to this change, as we have done in times past." Thistle, her heart brimming with determination, spoke up with a voice as gentle as a breeze. "What can we do to help, Orin? How can we ensure that our home remains in balance?" Orin's eyes twinkled with pride at the young rabbit's eagerness to aid her community. "The mist has brought the promise of an early harvest. The berries in the thickets and the nuts in the trees will ripen sooner than expected. We must gather them with care, ensuring that there is enough for all who dwell here." The creatures set about their task, working in harmony as they prepared for the early arrival of autumn. Thistle, with her nimble paws, gathered berries glistening like rubies beneath the morning sun. The birds, with songs of encouragement, carried seeds to replenish the forest floor, while the squirrels busily stored nuts in the hollows of ancient trees. As the days passed, the forest transformed into a symphony of color. Leaves blushed with shades of amber and burgundy, carpeting the forest floor like a tapestry of warmth. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood mingled in the gentle breeze. The mist, having delivered its message, faded into the memory of the grove, leaving behind the promise of a bountiful season. Through their efforts, the creatures ensured the balance of the forest was maintained, their actions a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. Together they embraced the change, finding strength in unity and harmony in diversity. As twilight descended upon the grove, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Orin gathered the creatures once more. The crackling of a small fire warmed the air as he opened his wings to embrace the night. "We have done well, my friends," Orin spoke, his voice a soothing lullaby. "In our unity we have found strength, and in our respect for the cycles of nature, we have preserved the balance that sustains us all." Thistle nestled close to her family, feeling the warmth of their closeness and the comfort of their shared purpose. The soft hoot of Orin's voice echoed through the grove, a gentle reminder of the enduring wisdom of the forest. The creatures of the emerald forest, with hearts as full as the harvest they had gathered, drifted into slumber beneath the watchful embrace of the ancient trees. Somewhere deep within the forest, a hidden glade lay untouched, shrouded in mystery and ancient tales. It was said that this glade held the spirit of the forest itself, a place where time stood still and the echoes of the past whispered through the air. Few had ventured there, yet it was a place of profound significance. One evening, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the forest, Thistle found herself drawn to this mystical glade. She had heard tales from Orin, stories of a place where dreams mingled with reality, and where the heart of the forest could be felt in every leaf and stone. Her curiosity, a flame unquenched, led her pause along a path less traveled. The glade welcomed her with an aura of serenity, a hushed reverence that seemed to acknowledge her presence. The air was thick with the scent of ancient pines and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. In the center stood a great stone, worn smooth by the passage of time, and upon it a single flower bloomed, a rare blossom of purest white, untouched by the changing seasons. Thistle approached the stone, her heart beating with a rhythm that matched the pulse of the forest. As she gazed at the flower, a sense of belonging washed over her, an understanding that she was part of something greater than herself. The glade spoke to her in a language unspoken, and in that moment she realized the true essence of the forest's magic. With newfound clarity, Thistle returned to her family, her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The glade had imparted a secret, a timeless truth she carried within her. It was a reminder of the interwoven destinies of all who called the forest home, and the enduring dance of life that continued beyond the reach of time. A new scene unfolded as the forest settled into the rhythm of autumn. A council of the forest's eldest and wisest gathered under the full moon's glow, led by Orin and Bramble. It was a tradition long upheld, a meeting to share stories and wisdom, ensuring the legacy of their collective knowledge endured. The gathering was a mosaic of voices, each creature contributing tales of their experiences and insights learned through the changing seasons. Orin recounted the history of the forest, a narrative woven with the threads of ancient lore and the lessons passed down through the ages. Bramble, with his deep voice, shared the earth's secrets, the cycles of growth and rest that had shaped their world. Thistle, encouraged by her recent journey to the glade, found the courage to share her revelation. Her voice, though young, resonated with the truth of her discovery. In the glade, I felt the pulse of the forest, the connection that binds us all. It is a reminder that we are one with the land, and our actions echo through time. Her words were met with nods of agreement and the gentle hum of approval. The council recognized the wisdom in Thistle's youthful insight, a testament to the enduring magic of their home. It was a moment of unity, a reaffirmation of their shared purpose and commitment to preserve the balance of the emerald forest. As the council dispersed, Orin signaled Thistle to stay behind, sensing there was more to her journey than she had shared. With the night settling around them, he invited her to speak freely. "Thistle," Orin began, his voice a soft murmur against the symphony of crickets, "there is more to your journey, is there not?" Thistle hesitated, her mind racing back to the glade and the visions she had encountered. Yes, Orin, in the glade I saw glimpses of the forest's past, its struggles and triumphs. I felt as if the forest was speaking to me, guiding me towards understanding. Orin's eyes gleamed with understanding and curiosity. The forest chooses its messengers wisely. Perhaps it has chosen you to be one of its voices. The suggestion filled Thistle with both awe and apprehension. She had always admired Orin's wisdom, and the thought of stepping into a similar role was daunting. Yet beneath her uncertainty lay a flicker of excitement, a yearning to contribute to the legacy of the forest. In the days that followed the council, a series of meaningful scenes unfolded, each adding layers to the tapestry of life in the Emerald Forest. One such moment occurred when Orin took Thistle under his wing, quite literally, guiding her through the hidden pathways of the forest. As they moved silently beneath the canopy of stars, Orin shared tales of his own youth, of the trials he faced to become the wise guardian he was now. These stories were not merely for entertainment, they were lessons, each with a kernel of wisdom that Thistle eagerly absorbed. Another scene unfolded when Thistle, in her youthful exuberance, discovered a family of foxes struggling to find enough food. The foxes, wary but hopeful, accepted Thistle's offer of assistance. With Orin's guidance, she organized a small group of creatures to ensure that the newcomers were welcomed and had enough to eat. This act of kindness further solidified the bonds of community within the forest, demonstrating the power of unity and compassion. As the forest creatures prepared for the coming winter, Thistle's understanding of the interconnectedness of their world grew deeper. She felt the weight of responsibility, not as a burden but as a calling, a purpose that resonated with her very being. Her journey to the glade had changed her, and the forest, in turn, had embraced this change. And so, the creatures of the Emerald Forest lived on, their lives a testament to the enduring magic of their sanctuary. Together, they embraced the cycles of nature, their hearts united by the wisdom of the ages and the promise of a future woven with threads of hope and harmony. Beneath the starlit canopy, where the boundaries of magic and reality entwined, they dreamed of the seasons to come, a promise of harmony, wisdom, and the eternal dance of life within the heart of the ancient forest. In the quiet aftermath of her journeys and discoveries, Thistle often found herself returning to the glade, her sanctuary and source of inspiration. Each visit deepened her bond with the forest, infusing her with a sense of purpose and belonging. It was during one such visit that Thistle noticed something new, a young sapling, vibrant and strong, growing beside the ancient stone. It was a symbol of renewal, a testament to the forest's resilience and the promise of new beginnings. As she stood before the sapling, Thistle felt a surge of hope and determination. She understood that her role was not just to listen to the forest's stories, but to help shape its future. With her heart aligned with the forest's rhythm, Thistle was ready to embrace the challenges and joys that lay ahead, a guardian of the ancient grove and its timeless magic. Story 6. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas, there existed a small, unassuming planet called Luminara. Here the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming lumiglow flowers, and the gentle hum of crystal streams provided a soothing symphony to the planet's inhabitants. The Luminarans were known for their gentle nature and their ability to harmonize with the natural energy of their world. On the far side of the galaxy, nestled amidst swirling nebulae, lay the planet Thuros, a place of fierce storms and rugged terrain. The Thuronites, with their strong, brawny forms, thrived in their harsh environment, finding beauty in the tempest that was their homeland. It was under the silvery light of Luminara's twin moons that our story begins. A Luminaran named Saren, whose heart was as warm as the sun on a winter's day, had always felt a longing for adventure beyond her tranquil planet. Her eyes, a deep shade of azure, sparkled with dreams of distant stars and the stories they might tell. Saren's chance came when a peculiar ship landed near the edge of her village. The ship was unlike any she had seen before, its hull gleaming with a metallic sheen that seemed to pulse with life. From its depths emerged a Theronite named Kale, a traveler with eyes as stormy as the skies of his home. Kale was on a quest to find a rare mineral that was said to exist only on Luminara. His people needed it to stabilize their energy cores and bring balance to their turbulent world. Yet what Kale sought most, even if he didn't fully realize it, was a connection, a bridge to span the vast solitude of space. Their meeting was not without its missteps. Saren, with her gentle ways, found Kale's directness and intensity overwhelming. Meanwhile, Kale misunderstood Saren's quiet demeanor as disinterest. It was only through the patient guidance of Eldara, a wise elder luminaran, that they began to see beyond their differences. Eldara, with her voice like a soft breeze, suggested they embark on a journey together to the crystal caverns, where the mineral Kale sought was rumored to be found. The path to the caverns was fraught with challenges, from navigating dense lumiglow forests to crossing swift, crystal-clear streams that seemed to sing as they flowed. As they traveled, Saren and Kale learned to rely on each other's strengths. When a sudden storm brewed, Kale used his knowledge of weather patterns to find shelter, his actions swift and sure as the lightning that danced across his home skies. In the quiet moments that followed, Saren shared stories of Luminara, her words weaving a tapestry of light and warmth that reminded Kale of the calm after a storm. In return, Kale taught Saren how to listen to the rhythms of the earth, to feel the pulse of the planet beneath her feet. It was a skill that came naturally to the Ronites, and one that mesmerized Saren, who had always seen her world as a place of ethereal beauty rather than raw power. Their journey was not without danger. One evening, as the suns dipped below the horizon, they stumbled upon a fissure in the ground, hidden beneath a carpet of lumiglow petals. Kale acted swiftly, pulling Saren back from the edge just in time. It was a moment that forged a bond between them, deeper than words could express. In the days that followed, Saren and Kale grew to understand each other in ways they hadn't imagined. They laughed together under the starlit sky, shared meals of sweet lumiglow nectar and hearty Theronite root stew, and found solace in the quiet companionship that blossomed between them. When they finally reached the crystal caverns, the sight was breathtaking. The walls shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of the planet's energy. Amidst the beauty, they found the mineral Kale needed, glowing softly in the heart of the caverns. As they prepared to part ways, Kale and Saren realized that their journey had given them something far more precious than the mineral or the adventure itself. It had given them each other, a friendship that transcended the vastness of space and the differences of their worlds. With a promise to return, Kale boarded his ship, the mineral safely secured, his heart lighter than it had been in years. Saren watched as the ship lifted into the sky, leaving a trail of stardust in its wake, her heart full of warmth and gratitude for the unexpected friendship that had changed her life. And so, under the watchful gaze of Luminara's twin moons, Saren and Kale discovered that true friendship knows no bounds. It is a force as enduring as the stars themselves, a light that guides us through the darkest nights and the fiercest storms. As the gentle hum of Luminara's crystal streams sang them to sleep, Saren and Kale knew that they were no longer alone. They had found a connection that would forever unite their worlds, a testament to the power of understanding, kindness, and the simple, profound gift of friendship. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a quiet child with a heart full of curiosity and a mind that yearned for adventure. Little did she know, her world was about to be turned upside down by the most unexpected of companions. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was helping her mother tidy the cottage, she stumbled upon an old wooden box tucked away in the attic. Dust clung to its surface, and the hinges creaked with age. Intrigued, Willow gently pried it open, and to her astonishment, a tiny, glowing butterfly fluttered out. "Hello, little one," the butterfly spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper. "My name is Zephyr, and I've been waiting a long time for you." Willow's eyes widened in disbelief. A talking butterfly. Surely this must be a dream. But Zephyr was no ordinary butterfly. He was a guardian of the Whispering Woods, a realm where every leaf, every pebble, and every creature held a secret magic. And now it was Willow's turn to discover the wonders that lay beyond the boundaries of her village. With Zephyr as her guide, Willow embarked on an extraordinary journey through the Whispering Woods. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of friendly beings, each with their own unique abilities and personalities. There was Oakley, the wise old oak tree, whose branches sheltered countless secrets from the world. And Ripple, the playful stream that could shape-shift into any form imaginable. Even the rocks seemed to come alive, whispering ancient tales to those who listened closely enough. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Willow and Zephyr faced a formidable challenge. The Whispering Woods were under threat from a dark force that sought to silence the magic forever. Willow knew that brute strength would not be enough to overcome this foe. Instead, she would need to rely on her wits, her compassion, and the wisdom of her newfound friends. With Oakley's guidance, Willow learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, understanding the language of the trees and the secrets they held. Ripple taught her the art of transformation, showing her how to adapt and flow like water. And the rocks shared their stories of resilience, reminding Willow that even the smallest pebble could withstand the mightiest storms. Armed with these lessons, Willow confronted the dark force, not with violence, but with understanding and empathy. She realized that the darkness was born from fear and misunderstanding, and that by offering kindness and acceptance, she could heal the wounds that had led to such despair. In the end, Willow's journey through the Whispering Woods was not just a physical one, but a transformative journey of the heart and mind. She had discovered the true magic of the world around her, and her life would never be the same again. As she returned to her village, Willow carried with her the lessons of the woods, sharing their wisdom and wonder with all who would listen. And whenever she felt lost or afraid, she need only look to Zephyr, her faithful companion, to remind her of the extraordinary magic that lived within even the most ordinary of things. For in the Whispering Woods and in the hearts of those who dared to listen, the magic never faded, and the stories were forever told. Story 8. Once nestled in the heart of a quaint village named Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound like gentle rivers around cottages adorned with ivy, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sea after a storm, always seeking the stories hidden within the world around her. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves fluttered like whispers on the breeze, Clara ventured into the attic of her grandmother's ancient house. The attic was a place of mystery, filled with treasures from the past, cloaked in dust and memories. As she meandered through the relics of history, Clara's hand brushed against an old, seemingly unremarkable oil lamp. Its brass surface was tarnished, but as her fingers traced its intricate patterns, a warm glow emanated from its depths. Startled, Clara watched as a gentle, shimmering light spiraled upwards, forming into the shape of a small, ethereal creature. It was a wisp of light, no taller than a teacup, with wings delicate as lace and eyes that sparkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young seeker," it chimed in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Leora, the guardian of this lamp, and you have awakened the magic within." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "What magic do you hold?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Leora twirled gracefully in the air, leaving trails of luminescence in her wake. "This lamp grants the ability to see the true essence of things, to reveal the hidden stories and secrets of the world around you. but be mindful, for such a gift requires a heart open to understanding and compassion." Clara nodded, her mind alight with possibilities. Together they descended from the attic, the lamp tucked safely in her arms, and stepped into a world now woven with wonder. The next day Clara set out with Leora perched on her shoulder, eager to explore the village anew. As she wandered through Willowbrook, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life that had been hidden from her before. The cobblestones sang the tales of travelers who had journeyed across them, and the trees whispered secrets of the seasons past. Her first stop was the market square, bustling with the lively chatter of vendors and villagers. Clara noticed an elderly man, Mr. Thistle, sitting alone by his stall of handmade wooden toys. His eyes were kind but clouded with sadness. With a gentle nudge from Leora, Clara approached him. "Good morning, Mr. Thistle," she said warmly, her voice carrying the lilt of sincerity. "Your toys are beautiful. They seem to have stories of their own." Mr. Thistle's face softened, a hint of a smile touching his lips. "Ah, these toys have seen many a child's laughter," he replied, his voice wrapped in nostalgia. Encouraged by Leora's gentle glow, Clara placed the lamp beside a small carved horse. The horse shimmered momentarily, revealing the echoes of children's laughter and the warmth of countless hands that had cherished it. Mr. Thistle's eyes brightened as he watched the scene unfold. "I had forgotten how much joy these toys brought," he murmured, a tear glistening like morning dew on his cheek. Moved by the shared moment, Clara realized that the magic of the lamp was not just in revealing stories, but in connecting hearts. She continued her journey, learning the hidden tales of Willowbrook, each encounter deepening her understanding and compassion. As twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Clara found herself at the edge of the village, where the forest stood like a guardian of ancient secrets. She paused, feeling a pull towards its shadowed depths. "Do you sense it too?" Leora inquired, her wings fluttering with anticipation. Clara nodded, her heart thrumming with curiosity and courage. Together they stepped into the embrace of the forest, where the air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. Guided by Leora's gentle light, Clara meandered through the forest until they reached a clearing. In the center stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a smooth, round stone, glistening in the moonlight. Clara knelt beside the stone, feeling the ancient energy that pulsed beneath her fingertips. "What is this place?" she asked softly. "This is the heart of the forest," Leora explained, her voice a melody in the quiet night. "It is a place of wisdom and balance. The stone holds the memories of the forest, and only those with a pure heart can hear its truths." Clara closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the lamp guide her. Slowly, the secrets of the forest began to unfurl in her mind like a tapestry woven with threads of starlight. She saw the intricate dance of life within the forest, the harmony of creatures great and small, and the delicate balance that sustained them all. A sense of peace enveloped Clara, and she understood that wisdom lay not in possessing knowledge, but in cherishing it and using it to nurture the world. With newfound understanding, Clara and Leora returned to the village, their hearts aglow with the magic of friendship and discovery. They spent many more days exploring the wonders of Willowbrook, sharing stories and laughter with those they met, each encounter weaving a thread of connection in the tapestry of life. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Clara grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. The lamp remained a cherished companion, a reminder of the day she discovered that the greatest magic of all was the ability to see with the eyes of the heart. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where stories lingered in the whisper of the wind and the rustle of leaves, Clara's tale became one of many, a testament to the gentle power of curiosity, kindness, and the enduring magic of friendship. And as the stars twinkled above, casting their gentle light over the village, Willowbrook slept soundly, cradling the dreams of those who dared to see the world through the lens of wonder. Story 9. Once upon a time, in a corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet blackness of space, there existed a planet called Luminara, known for its breathtaking auroras and gentle, rolling hills that shimmered in hues of pink and gold. The Luminarans, an ethereal species with skin that glowed faintly in the dark, lived harmoniously, their existence intertwined with the rhythms of the natural world. On the other side of the galaxy lay the planet Sindoria, a stark contrast to Luminara with its towering crystalline cities and skies that glowed a perpetual twilight blue. The Sindorians, a species with skin that reflected the colors of their surroundings, were known for their technological prowess and structured way of life. It was under these two very different skies that our tale unfolds, beginning with the young luminarian named Lyra. Her heart was as warm as the soft glow that emanated from her skin, and she possessed a curiosity about the universe that was as boundless as the night sky. Lyra had always been captivated by the tales of other worlds, and her greatest dream was to one day venture beyond her own planet's horizons. One crisp evening, as the auroras danced overhead in a symphony of colors, Lyra received a message from the Galactic Council. They had granted her the opportunity to participate in an interplanetary exchange program. Her heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation as she prepared for her journey to Sindoria. Meanwhile, on the luminous blue streets of Sindoria, there lived a young Sindorian named Kale. He was a thinker, a solver of problems, with a mind as sharp and clear as the crystals that adorned his planet. Though he excelled in his studies, Kale often found himself yearning for the warmth of connection, something that all the technology in the world could not provide. When Kale learned of the exchange program, he saw it as a chance to explore not just another world, but also to discover something new within himself. And so it was decided. Kale would journey to Luminara, while Lyra would travel to Sindoria. Their first meeting was awkward, as is often the case when two worlds collide. Lyra, with her effervescent spirit, found herself overwhelmed by the structured, cool demeanor of the Sindorians. The bustling, metallic streets seemed to swallow up the warmth she was accustomed to, and she missed the gentle whispers of the wind through the fields of her home. Kale, on the other hand, was entranced by the vibrant beauty of Luminara, yet he struggled to understand the Luminarans' affinity for intuition and emotion over logic and order. The shimmering hills and the constant play of light were mesmerizing, but he felt lost amidst the unpredictability of it all. Despite their initial misunderstandings, both Lyra and Kale were determined to make the most of their experiences. They began to spend time together, exploring each other's worlds through their own eyes. Lyra introduced Kale to the wonder of Luminara's natural beauty, teaching him to listen to the music of the auroras and to feel the heartbeat of the land beneath his feet. In return, Kale shared with Lyra the marvels of Sindorian innovation, explaining the intricate workings of their technology and the harmony within their structured society. One day, while wandering the crystal gardens of Sindoria, Lyra and Kale stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a machine that had been abandoned by its creator. It was a contraption unlike any they had seen, its purpose as mysterious as its design. Driven by curiosity, they decided to mend the machine together, combining Lyra's intuitive understanding of nature with Kale's analytical skills. As they worked side by side, they began to unravel the layers of their differences, learning to appreciate the strengths each brought to the task. The laughter and camaraderie that blossomed between them slowly bridged the gap that had once seemed insurmountable. Through their shared challenge, Lyra and Kale discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the confines of their individual worlds. They found that while they came from vastly different backgrounds, the core of their beings resonated with the same desire for connection and understanding. The machine, when finally completed, turned out to be a device that projected the colors and sounds of the auroras into the Sindorian sky, a gift from an inventor who had once visited Luminara and fallen in love with its beauty. As the first auroras danced across the twilight blue skies of Sindoria, the Sindorians gathered in awe, sharing in a moment of wonder and unity. Lyra and Kale stood together, their faces illuminated by the glow of the auroras. In that moment, they realized that their friendship had become a bridge, not only between two individuals, but also between two worlds. They understood that true friendship was built on the foundation of understanding and acceptance, of celebrating differences and finding common ground. As their exchange program drew to a close, Lyra and Kale returned to their respective planets, their hearts fuller and their spirits brighter. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the memories of shared adventures, and the knowledge that somewhere in the vastness of the universe, they had found a friend who would always be a part of them. Their story became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that even in the vastness of space, friendship can forge connections that light up the darkest skies. And so, under the twinkling stars and the shimmering auroras, the tale of Lyra and Kale was told and retold, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of understanding. And so, dear listener, as you drift off to sleep beneath your own sky of endless possibilities, may you find comfort in the knowledge that somewhere out there, among the stars, there are bonds that transcend worlds, lighting up the universe with warmth and love. Story 10. Once upon a gentle, moonlit evening, in a village nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a curious young girl named Clara. Her world was a tapestry of rolling green hills and fields, dotted with daisies that swayed in the tender breeze. Clara had a knack for discovering the extraordinary in the ordinary, whether it was a cloud shaped like a rabbit or a pebble that glimmered like a tiny star. One day, while exploring the attic of her grandmother's quaint cottage, Clara stumbled upon an old, dust-covered mirror. It was tucked away behind a stack of forgotten boxes, its frame intricately carved with vines and tiny birds. As she wiped the dust from the glass, the mirror shimmered and seemed to whisper her name. Entranced, Clara leaned closer, and to her amazement, the reflection blinked back at her, its eyes twinkling with mischief. The mirror wasn't an ordinary mirror, it was a gateway to a world of wonders. With a heart full of excitement and curiosity, Clara stepped through the mirror, finding herself in a land bathed in soft, golden light. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the sky was an endless canvas of pastel colors, painted by the setting sun. In this enchanting realm, Clara met her first helper, a wise old turtle named Thistle. Thistle carried a tiny garden on his shell, where vibrant flowers bloomed and tiny insects buzzed happily. He spoke with a slow, soothing voice, offering Clara guidance and companionship. "Welcome, young traveler," he said with a gentle smile. "This world is filled with secrets waiting to be discovered." As Clara journeyed deeper into the magical land, she encountered many wondrous creatures. There was Lark, a lively squirrel with a bushy tail and a talent for storytelling, who delighted in sharing tales of the land's history. And there was Mistral, a graceful deer with eyes like liquid amber, who could hear the whispers of the wind and interpret its messages. However, not all was serene in this mystical realm. The heart of the land was guarded by an ancient oak tree, its roots stretching deep into the earth, holding the balance of magic and harmony. Recently, the tree had begun to wilt, its leaves losing their vibrant color and its bark becoming brittle. The creatures of the land were worried, for the tree's health was intertwined with their own well-being. Clara, inspired by the kindness and wisdom of her new friends, decided to find a way to restore the oak tree. She learned from Thistle that the tree was suffering due to the loss of the singing stone, a magical gem that resonated with the heartbeat of the land. The stone had been hidden away by fearsome rumors of its power, but none knew where it had gone. Determined to help, Clara embarked on a quest to find the singing stone. She journeyed through lush meadows, across sparkling streams, and into the depths of whispering woods. Along the way, her friends offered their unique gifts. Lark's stories revealed hidden paths and forgotten lore, while Mistral's ability to listen to the wind guided them safely through treacherous terrain. Their journey led them to the base of a towering mountain, where the air was crisp and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. There, in a hidden glade, they discovered an ancient cave, its entrance obscured by cascading vines. Inside, the cave glimmered with a faint, ethereal light, and the air was filled with a harmonious hum that resonated deep within their hearts. At the center of the cave lay the Singing Stone, a gem of indescribable beauty that pulsed with a gentle, radiant glow. Clara approached the stone with reverence, her heart filled with a deep sense of awe and purpose. She realized that the stone was not just a source of magic, but a reflection of the harmony and friendship she had found in her journey. With the help of her friends, Clara carefully carried the Singing Stone back to the ancient oak tree. As they placed the gem at the base of the tree, a soft, melodic song filled the air, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. The tree's leaves regained their vibrant hues, and the bark shimmered with renewed strength. The land, too, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its magic flowing freely once more. In that moment, Clara understood that true magic lay not in extraordinary powers, but in the bonds of friendship, the wisdom of nature, and the courage to embark on journeys of the heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with brilliant shades of orange and pink, Clara bid farewell to her friends, promising to return whenever the land called for her. With a heart full of joy and memories, Clara stepped back through the mirror, returning to her grandmother's attic. The mirror shimmered one last time, sealing the magical realm behind it. Yet Clara knew that the magic of her journey would forever be a part of her, a gentle reminder of the wonders that lie in both the seen and unseen. And so, under the watchful eye of the moon and the twinkling stars, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the songs of the magical land and the warmth of newfound friendships. And from that night on, she knew that even in the ordinary world, there was always a touch of magic waiting to be discovered. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Timothy. Timothy was a young boy with eyes like shimmering pools of curiosity and a heart that beat with the rhythm of endless wonder. He lived with his grandmother in a charming cottage where the air always seemed infused with the scent of freshly baked bread and wildflowers. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Timothy's grandmother handed him a peculiar gift. It was an old, intricately carved wooden box, its surface worn smooth by the passage of countless years. "This," she said with a twinkle in her eye, "is a special box. It has been in our family for generations and holds a secret that only the kindest of hearts can unlock." Timothy gazed at the box, tracing the carvings with his fingers. He felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, as though it was alive with stories waiting to be told. With a nod of gratitude, he promised to cherish it always. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and lavender, Timothy sat by the fireplace, the box cradled in his lap. As he pondered its mystery, he noticed a delicate key nestled within the box, hidden beneath a false bottom. His heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. As he turned the key, a soft glow filled the room, and from within the box emerged a tiny, shimmering creature. It had the wings of a butterfly, the delicate form of a dragonfly, and eyes that sparkled like stars on a clear night. "Greetings, dear Timothy," the creature chimed in a voice as gentle as a lullaby. "I am Lyra, the guardian of this enchanted box." Timothy's eyes widened in wonder. "What magic do you hold, dear Lyra?" Lyra fluttered closer, her wings creating a symphony of soft whispers. "This box grants the ability to understand the language of all living things, but only to those who listen with their hearts. And so Timothy's journey began. With Lyra by his side, he ventured into the heart of the village and beyond, discovering a world alive with voices he had never heard before. He listened to the stories of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the village square, and he learned the secrets of the babbling brook that giggled as it meandered through the meadow. But it was not just the voices of nature that Timothy heard. He began to understand the unspoken words of his fellow villagers, the worries of the baker, the dreams of the young shepherd, and the quiet joy of the seamstress who crafted beauty with her nimble fingers. As the days turned into weeks, Timothy's heart grew ever more attuned to the world around him. Yet the greatest challenge lay ahead. One chilly evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Timothy encountered a weary traveler at the edge of the village. The traveler was cloaked in shadows and spoke of a lost path and a forgotten home. Timothy could sense the sorrow in the traveler's heart, a sorrow that words alone could not mend. With Lyra's gentle guidance, he listened deeply, understanding not just the words but the emotions that lay beneath. He invited the traveler to stay, offering warmth and kindness without judgment or fear. In the days that followed, Timothy learned of the traveler's journey, a tale of love lost and found, of dreams that had wandered far from their beginnings. And through Timothy's gentle presence, the traveler found the courage to face the path ahead. As winter melted into spring, the village blossomed with the vibrant colors of renewal. The traveler, whose heart was now lighter, bid farewell to Timothy, leaving behind a gift of gratitude, a simple compass, a reminder that true direction is found within. With a heart full of new understanding, Timothy returned to his grandmother's cottage, the enchanted box safely tucked away. Lyra, her task complete, fluttered back into the box, leaving Timothy with a promise of future adventures. From that day on, Timothy continued to listen with his heart, and the village thrived in the warmth of connection and shared stories. For in understanding and kindness, Timothy had discovered a magic far greater than any spell, a magic that could change the world, one gentle heart at a time. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Timothy drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the wondrous tales yet to be told. The world outside his window was alive with whispers and laughter, a symphony of life that would forever be a part of him. And in the cozy glow of the fireplace, the wooden box stood quietly on the mantel, a testament to the power of listening, understanding, and the gentle magic of a kind heart. Story 12. Title: The Whispering Oak. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling, enchanted forest, there lay a small village known as Glimmerwood. The village was named for the way the morning sun's rays would filter through the dense canopy, casting a shimmering light that danced upon the cobblestone paths. In this quaint place, where laughter was as common as the singing of birds, lived a young girl named Leela. Leela was known for her bright eyes and curious nature, always eager to explore the wonders of the world around her. Leela's favorite spot was the meadow just beyond the village, where wildflowers painted the landscape in brilliant hues of gold, violet, and crimson. At the heart of this meadow stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling wide like a grand, welcoming embrace. The villagers called it the Whispering Oak, for it was said that if you listened closely, you could hear it share secrets of ages past in a voice as gentle as the wind. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with shades of rose and amber, Leela sat beneath the Whispering Oak, her back resting against its sturdy trunk. She closed her eyes and let the soft breeze tousle her hair, listening intently for the tree's whispers. It was a ritual she cherished, a time when her imagination could soar on the wings of the stories the oak murmured. But today was different. As she listened, a voice clearer and more distinct than ever before reached her ears. Leela it called, soft and melodic, like the tinkling of distant chimes. Startled, Leela opened her eyes and looked around, but the meadow was empty save for the rustling leaves and the fading light of day. "Who are you?" Leela asked, her voice a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "I am the spirit of the whispering oak," the voice replied, "and I have chosen you for a special journey. There is a hidden world within this forest, a place unseen by ordinary eyes, but it is in need of help, and only someone with a kind heart and a brave spirit can offer what it seeks." Leela's heart raced with excitement and a touch of fear. The forest was a familiar friend, yet the promise of a hidden world beckoned with mystery and adventure. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. "Follow the path of silver moonlight," the oak instructed, "and trust in your heart to guide you." As the last light of day faded, the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow across the meadow. Layla stood, her determination as bright as the moonlight itself. With a deep breath she stepped forward, her feet finding a path that shimmered like liquid silver beneath the lunar glow. The path wound deeper into the forest, where the trees grew tall and dense, their leaves whispering secrets of their own. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of pine and earth. As Leela journeyed further, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the very air around her was charged with magic. After what felt like hours, the path opened into a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood a crystal-clear pond, its waters reflecting the stars above like a mirror to the heavens. Beside the pond, a small creature awaited, its form delicate and shimmering, like a creature spun from moonbeams and dreams. "Welcome, Layla," the creature spoke in a voice that was both gentle and wise. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this hidden realm. We have watched you from afar and believe your heart carries the courage and kindness needed to help us." Leela knelt beside the pond, her eyes wide with awe. "What do you need?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Our world is connected to yours, but it thrives on harmony and balance," Lyra explained. "Lately a shadow has crept into our realm, a darkness that seeks to disrupt this balance. We need a light to guide us, a spark of hope to restore what has been lost." Leela nodded, understanding dawning in her heart. "I will help," she promised, her voice firm with conviction. Lyra smiled, a radiant glow emanating from her being. "Your journey will not be easy, but remember, you are never alone. Let the stars be your guide and the forest your friend." With Lyra's blessing, Leela embarked on her quest. The path led her through enchanted glades and across babbling brooks, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the hidden world. Along the way she encountered creatures both wondrous and strange, glowbugs that lit her path, and talking animals who offered advice and comfort. As she traveled, Leela learned to listen to the forest, to understand its whispers and feel its pulse beneath her fingertips. She discovered that the darkness she sought to dispel was not an enemy to be vanquished, but a part of the world seeking balance. It was a lesson in understanding, in embracing the shadows to appreciate the light. One moonlit night, as Leela rested beneath the stars, she felt a presence beside her. It was Lyra, her eyes twinkling like the night sky. "You have done well, Leela," she said, her voice warm and full of pride. "The balance is returning, thanks to your courage and compassion." Leela smiled, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She had set out on this journey seeking adventure, but what she found was a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. The hidden realm was not so different from her own, its beauty and challenges mirroring those of her village and the forest she loved. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Leela found herself back at the Whispering Oak. The familiar sounds of the village waking filled the air, a comforting reminder of home. "You have returned," the oak murmured, its voice like a gentle breeze. "And you have grown, in ways unseen but deeply felt." Leela nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice full of warmth and sincerity. The oak rustled its leaves in response, a sound like a soft, approving sigh. Remember, Leela, the world is full of hidden wonders, both near and far, and you, with your kind heart and wise spirit, will always find your way. With a final glance at the whispering oak, Leela turned towards the village, her steps light and her heart full. She knew that the journey would stay with her, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within and around her. And so, in the village of Glimmerwood, where the sun's rays danced upon cobblestones and laughter filled the air, Leela lived her days with a newfound sense of wonder. She shared her stories and lessons with others, the whispers of the oak and the hidden world a guiding light in her life. As the stars twinkled above and the moon cast its silvery glow, the whispering oak stood tall and silent, its secrets safe and its stories ever ready to be shared with those who dared to listen. And in this way, the magic of the hidden world lived on, in the heart of a young girl and the whispers of an ancient tree, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the beauty of an open heart. The end. Story 13. In the heart of a quaint, sun-dappled valley lay the little village of Willowbrook, a place where time seemed to flow as gently as the brook from which it took its name. The village was known for its cobblestone streets lined with charming cottages, each with a garden brimming with wildflowers and herbs. At the center of Willowbrook stood the ancient whispering oak, a tree so old and wise that it was said to speak softly to those who would listen. On a particularly serene evening, as the last hues of the sunset faded into twilight, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. The villagers noticed that items from their homes, simple things like wooden spoons, lengths of twine, and even knitted socks, were mysteriously vanishing. Though puzzling, it was not alarming, for Willowbrook was a place of trust and friendship. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young girl named Layla, who lived with her grandmother, known affectionately as Granny May. Granny May was the village herbalist, a woman whose knowledge of the natural world was as vast as the sky itself. Her cottage, Ivy Nook, was always filled with the comforting aroma of dried lavender and rosemary. One evening, as Leela sat by the crackling fireplace, she noticed her favorite wooden whistle was missing. It was a gift from Granny May, carved from the branch of the whispering oak itself. Determined to solve the mystery, Layla decided to seek the advice of her grandmother. "Granny May," she asked, her voice as soft as the evening breeze, "do you think the whispering oak might know where my whistle has gone?" Granny May chuckled gently, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Perhaps it does, my dear. The oak has seen many things, but we must first listen with our hearts." With that gentle guidance, Layla set out to visit the whispering oak. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying the sweet scent of honeysuckle. As she approached the oak, she noticed something unusual, a faint, shimmering light dancing among its branches. Intrigued, Leela drew closer, her footsteps barely a whisper on the soft earth. The light seemed to pulse gently, like a heartbeat, casting a silvery glow on the ground below. It was then that she heard it, a soft, melodic hum, as if the tree was singing to the stars. "Hello, dear oak," Leela whispered, placing a hand on the rough bark. "I have come to seek your wisdom." The oak's branches swayed gently, and the hum grew slightly louder. Layla listened intently, closing her eyes to better hear the tree's ancient voice. It spoke of balance and harmony, of how every creature had its place and purpose. Suddenly, a small, furry creature darted out from a hollow in the tree. It was a moonlit squirrel, its eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. In its tiny paws, it held a collection of the missing items, including Layla's wooden whistle. "Oh," exclaimed Leela softly, recognizing the little thief. "You've been collecting these things, haven't you?" The squirrel chirped in a manner that was almost an apology, its tail twitching in the moonlight. Leela realized that the squirrel meant no harm. It was simply gathering treasures to build a cozy nest for the coming winter. "Thank you for showing me, little friend," Leela said with a gentle smile. "But I think some of these things would like to go home." The squirrel nodded, understanding Leela's words. It carefully returned the items, piece by piece, into Leila's open hands. Leela couldn't help but giggle at the squirrel's earnestness. The following morning, Leela shared her discovery with Granny May as they prepared breakfast in the warm glow of the kitchen. The scent of fresh bread mingled with the earthy aroma of herbs as sunlight streamed through the window. It seems the creatures of the forest have their own mysteries, Granny May mused, stirring a pot of fragrant herbal tea. And you, my dear, have shown kindness and understanding. Those are the greatest gifts of all. With the mystery solved and the village's belongings returned, life in Willowbrook resumed its gentle pace. The villagers, upon hearing the tale, were charmed by the squirrel's antics and grateful for Leela's thoughtful intervention. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the squirrel and Leela formed an unlikely friendship. Often they would sit together beneath the whispering oak, sharing stories and laughter, their bond a testament to the magic of understanding. And so, in the heart of the valley, where the brook whispered secrets and the oak sang to the stars, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive. Under the watchful eyes of wise elders and the gentle care of its young dreamers, it remained a place of warmth and wonder, a place where even the smallest mysteries were cherished and every heart was a part of the story. Story 14. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a tapestry of emerald leaves and dappled the ground in golden patches, lived a community of creatures hidden from the hurried eyes of the outside world. This forest was a place where whispers of magic floated on the breeze, and the seasons danced with the grace of olden wisdom. As the world outside shifted with the bustling rhythm of time, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and balance. Here the trees stood tall and wise, their roots entwined in a silent pact with the earth, while their branches reached skyward, cradling nests of birds who sang melodies as ancient as the wind. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp moss, carrying with it the soft symphony of rustling leaves and distant water. At the heart of this verdant realm lay a glistening lake, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. It was said that the lake was woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic, a guardian of the secrets of the natural world. On its banks, a gentle deer named Clara often wandered. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes held the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. Clara was known for her gentle nature and keen sense of the forest's rhythms. She moved with a grace that seemed to echo the song of the wind through the trees. Her days were spent roaming the trails, her hooves treading softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, her ears attuned to the whispers of the forest. One autumn morning, as the first frost kissed the earth and the air was crisp with the promise of change, Clara noticed something unusual. The forest was restless, a stirring beneath the surface that she had not felt before. The birds chirped with an urgency, their songs a little sharper, and the squirrels darted about, their tails twitching more than usual. Curious and concerned, Clara made her way to the lake, her reflection rippling gently beside her as she stepped to the water's edge. There she found an old turtle, Shelley, sunning herself on a smooth rock. Shelley's shell was marked with the lines of countless seasons, a mosaic of time and patience. "Good morning, Shelley," Clara greeted, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the reeds. "Good morning, dear Clara," Shelley replied, her voice slow and ponderous like the turning of the earth itself. "What brings you to the water's edge on this crisp morning?" "The forest feels different," Clara said, gazing into the turtle's wise eyes. "There is a restlessness I cannot place." Shelley nodded, her neck extending slightly as if to peer deeper into the lake's depths. "Indeed, the winds of change are upon us. The season is shifting, and with it, the forest must prepare." Clara tilted her head, listening intently. "How do we prepare for such a change?" "There is a balance we must maintain, a harmony that ties each creature to the next," Shelley explained. The trees will shed their leaves to nourish the soil, the animals will gather their stores, and the skies will weave their tapestry anew. Each must play their part. Understanding dawned on Lyra, a gentle warmth spreading through her chest. The forest was a living tapestry, each thread essential to the whole. "Then I shall help where I can," she said with determination. And so Lyra set about her task, spreading the wisdom she had gleaned from Shelley to the creatures of the forest. To the squirrels she whispered of the importance of preparing their nests, and to the birds she sang of the sky's coming changes. With each creature she met, she shared the old turtle's wisdom, her heart swelling with the simple joy of connection. As the days grew shorter and the air grew colder, the forest began to transform. The leaves turned to gold and crimson, fluttering down in a gentle rain of color. The lake mirrored the sky's deepening hues, its surface a canvas for the sun's last, lingering rays. And the creatures, guided by Lyra's gentle touch, settled into a rhythm as old as the earth itself. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lyra returned to the lake. The forest was quiet now, a serene lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. She found Shelley once more, the turtle's eyes twinkling with the light of the moon above. "You have done well, dear Lyra," Shelley said, her voice a soft hum of approval. "The forest is at peace, thanks to your care and wisdom." Lyra smiled, her heart full in content. "I have learned much from you, Shelley," she replied. "The forest teaches us all if we only listen." And so the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the gentle harmony of nature. Through the changing seasons and the quiet, steady passage of time, Lyra and her friends upheld the balance of their world, their lives intertwined like the roots of the tallest trees. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in peace, bound together by the enduring wisdom of the earth. And as the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow over the sleeping land, the forest whispered its eternal song, a lullaby of harmony, balance, and the gentle embrace of nature's unending cycle. Story 15. The Tale of the Whispering Willow. Once upon a time, in the gentle heart of an ancient forest, there stood a magnificent willow tree, its graceful branches sweeping the forest floor like the trailing skirts of an elegant dancer. This was no ordinary tree, for hidden within its verdant canopy was a hidden world, a secret so profound that only the most perceptive of creatures ever discovered its existence. By the light of a silvery moon, a young girl named Lila would often wander into the forest, drawn by the allure of the whispering leaves. Lila was a kind-hearted soul, with eyes the color of forest moss and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of chestnut leaves. She had a curious mind and a heart open to the mysteries of the world around her, which is why the willow had chosen her. On one particularly bright night, with stars sparkling like diamonds against the velvet sky, Lila followed the familiar path through the woods to the willow. As she approached, she noticed a faint glow emanating from the heart of the tree, a soft luminescence that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, her bare feet whispering against the cool, damp earth. Lila, the willow seemed to sigh, its voice as soft and rustling as the wind through its branches. Startled, Lila paused, her heart skipping a beat. Though she had often imagined the tree could talk, she had never truly believed it until now. "Do not be afraid," the tree continued, its voice wrapping around her like a warm embrace. "I have watched over you, dear child, and now it is time for you to see." Before Lila's eyes, the bark of the willow began to shimmer and shift, revealing a hidden doorway nestled within the trunk. Golden light spilled forth, bathing the ground in a warm glow. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, feeling a thrill of adventure course through her veins. Inside, Lila discovered a world unlike any she had ever seen. The interior of the willow was vast, a sprawling network of chambers and passages woven from branches and leaves. The air was filled with the scent of honey and wildflowers, and tiny glowing orbs flitted about like fireflies, casting playful shadows on the walls. As Leela wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, she encountered a host of gentle creatures, each more wondrous than the last. There were tiny fairies with delicate wings that shimmered like opals, wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, and mischievous sprites who laughed and danced through the air. "Welcome, Leela," chirped a small voice. Turning, Leela saw a squirrel perched on a branch, its fur as soft as dandelion fluff. "We've been expecting you." "Expecting me?" Leela asked, her voice filled with wonder. "But why?" "Because you are the one who can hear," replied the squirrel, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "The willow has chosen you to help us. There is a mystery here that needs solving, and only a true friend of the forest can unravel it." Intrigued and eager to help, Leela agreed to embark on this new adventure. Her heart swelled with a sense of purpose, and she felt the gentle tug of destiny leading her forward. As days turned into weeks, Leela immersed herself in the magical world of the willow, learning its secrets and forming bonds with its inhabitants. She discovered that the tree's heart was a source of ancient magic, a power that kept the balance of the forest in harmony. But something was amiss. The glow from the heart was dimming, and the creatures were growing anxious. Determined to help, Leela set out to uncover the source of the disturbance. She was guided by the fairies, their laughter like the tinkling of bells as they led her through the labyrinthine corridors of the tree. Together they unraveled clues hidden within the bark and leaves, following trails of shimmering dust that led deeper into the heart of the willow. Their journey was one of discovery and transformation, as Leela learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart. She found herself changing, growing stronger and more resilient with each step. The forest, in turn, revealed its wonders to her, sharing its songs and stories in a language only she could hear. One day, as Leela sat beneath the great heart of the willow, she heard a faint, sorrowful melody. It was the song of the tree itself, a lament for something lost. With newfound understanding, Leela realized that the willow's magic was waning because it had forgotten the ancient song of renewal, a melody that could only be sung by those who truly loved the forest. Gathering her courage, Leela began to sing, her voice rising like a gentle breeze. Her song was a tapestry of memories and dreams, woven from the whispers of the leaves and the laughter of the fairies. As she sang, the glow within the heart of the willow grew stronger, its light pulsing in time with the rhythm of her song. The creatures gathered around her, their voices joining in a harmonious chorus. Together they sang the song of renewal, their music a balm that healed the heart of the willow. The tree vibrated with joy, its branches swaying like dancers beneath a canopy of stars. With the mystery solved and the balance restored, Leela knew her journey was at an end. She had grown and changed, her heart forever bound to the forest she had come to love. As she stepped out of the willow and into the embrace of the night, she felt a warmth in her heart, a promise of friendship that would last a lifetime. The forest whispered its gratitude, the leaves murmuring a soft farewell. Leela turned and waved, her heart full as she made her way home, her soul forever touched by the magic of the whispering willow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leela's story became a legend, a tale of friendship and transformation that echoed through the ages. The willow continued to stand, a sentinel of magic and wonder, its heart bright with the song of renewal, waiting for the next kind soul to hear its call. And in the gentle embrace of that ancient forest, the world spun on, rich with the promise of new beginnings, as the stars twinkled overhead like 1,000 watchful eyes. The end. Story 16. On the gentle outskirts of the sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, lay a quaint cottage that was home to a young, curious lad named Finn. He was a gentle soul, with a heart as open as the sky above, and a mind that danced with dreams of discovery. Finn's days were filled with the tender rustling of leaves and the soft chimes of the brook that wound its way past his window, and he spent many an afternoon exploring the lush meadows and ancient woods that surrounded his home. One crisp autumn morning, as a soft mist lingered over the fields like a silvery veil, Finn decided to wander further than usual, his feet carrying him to the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were known to hold mysteries and tales of old, and though its depths were seldom ventured by the villagers, Finn's heart thrummed with the call of adventure. As he ambled beneath the golden canopy, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, Finn's gaze was caught by a glimmering object nestled among the roots of a grand oak tree. Kneeling down, he gently brushed away the fallen leaves to reveal an intricately carved wooden compass. It was unlike any compass he had seen before, its face adorned with delicate engravings of stars and moons that seemed to shimmer with their own light. Curiosity piqued, Finn lifted the compass, feeling its warmth seep into his hands, and noticed that its needle did not point north as expected. Instead, it spun slowly, then settled in a direction that led deeper into the woods. Intrigued and feeling a gentle tug at his heart, Finn decided to follow where the compass led. As he journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, the air grew sweeter, carrying whispers of forgotten secrets and the soft lullaby of the brook. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the branches, and Finn found himself humming along to the gentle melody of nature. Along his way, Finn encountered the first of his helpers, a wise old owl named Sage. Perched upon a low branch, Sage blinked with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Hoo-hoo," he greeted. "What brings you to the heart of the whispering woods, young one?" Finn held up the compass, explaining its mysterious guidance. Sage nodded knowingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. "Ah, the compass of dreams. It finds those with hearts open to wonder and leads them to their heart's desire. But beware, young Finn, the journey requires more than curiosity. It demands understanding and kindness." Thanking Sage for his counsel, Finn continued on, the compass guiding him with its steady glow. As the day wore on, he came across a babbling brook that danced and played beneath the dappled sunlight. Here he met his second helper, a sprightly water sprite named Lyra. With laughter like the tinkling of bells, Lyra swirled around Finn in a playful dance. "Welcome, traveler, what seeks you in the depths of our woods?" she asked, her voice as musical as the babbling waters. Finn shared his tale once more, and Lyra listened intently, her eyes sparkling with mischief and wisdom. "To find what you seek, remember this," she said, her voice growing softer. "The greatest treasures are those shared with others." With Lyra's words echoing in his heart, Finn pressed on, the forest growing denser and more enchanting. As twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, he arrived at a small clearing bathed in the gentle glow of 1,000 fireflies. In the center stood an ancient stone well, its edges entwined with ivy and flowers that seemed to hum with their own soft light. The compass in Finn's hand glowed with warmth, and he knew he had reached his destination. As he approached the well, he felt a gentle breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers and heard a soft, melodic whisper, a song of dreams and hopes long held. But before he could peer into the depths of the well, a challenge arose. From the shadows stepped a figure cloaked in twilight, a guardian of this sacred place. Her eyes were kind yet wise, and her voice was as soft as the evening breeze. "To uncover the well's secret, you must solve this riddle," she said. "What is it that binds us together, yet is invisible to the eye? It grows stronger with time, yet is lighter than a sigh." Finn pondered the riddle, the words of Sage and Lyra weaving through his thoughts. Then, with a gentle smile, he spoke the answer that had nestled in his heart since the beginning of his journey. "Friendship," he whispered softly. "It is friendship that binds us with invisible threads, growing ever stronger with time." The guardian nodded, her smile as warm as the setting sun. "You have answered wisely, young traveler. With the riddle solved, the well shimmered with a light that danced across the clearing, and Finn felt a sense of peace and wonder fill his heart. He understood now that the compass had not led him just to a magical place, but to a deeper understanding of the bonds that connect all living things. As he made his way home under the blanket of a starlit sky, Finn felt a new warmth within him, a newfound appreciation for the simple joys and connections in life. The village of Willowbrook welcomed him back with open arms, and the stories of his adventure spread like the golden light of dawn, warming the hearts of all who heard them. And so, with the compass safely tucked away in his pocket, Finn continued to explore the world around him, guided by the gentle wisdom of friendship and the magical compass of dreams. As he drifted into a peaceful slumber each night, the soft lullaby of the whispering woods sang him to sleep, a reminder of the wondrous journey he had embarked upon. And thus, in the cozy embrace of his little cottage, Finn's dreams were filled with endless possibilities, each one a gentle echo of the magical world that lay just beyond the edges of his imagination. Story 17. In a cozy little village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She loved nothing more than exploring the enchanted forest that surrounded her home, where every tree seemed to whisper secrets and the very air shimmered with magic. One morning, Willow woke to find that something strange had happened overnight. All the village's wind chimes had mysteriously fallen silent, their delicate tones hushed. Puzzled, she set out into the forest to investigate. As she wandered beneath the canopy of ancient oaks and willows, Willow noticed that the usually lively woodland seemed strangely still. The babbling brook had slowed to a trickle, and not a single bird song could be heard. Even the gentle breeze that typically danced through the branches had vanished. Perplexed, Willow sought the counsel of her dear friend, Oakley the wise old tree spirit. Oakley's gnarled bark face creased with concern as he listened to Willow's account of the unsettling silence. "Ah, my child," he rumbled, "it seems the zephyrs, the guardians of wind and whispers, have fallen into an enchanted slumber. Without their gentle breath, the forest's voice has grown muted." Willow gasped. "But how can we awaken them?" Oakley pondered for a moment, his branches swaying thoughtfully. "You must seek out the dewdrop fairy, keeper of morning melodies. Only her song can rouse the zephyrs from their dreaming state." With a determined nod, Willow thanked Oakley and set off deeper into the forest, following the faint trickle of the brook. She knew the dewdrop fairy's home lay near the sacred spring, where the first rays of dawn would catch on the water and cast a shimmering rainbow. As she neared the spring, Willow noticed a strange sight. Dozens of tiny flickering lights danced among the ferns and mosses, bobbing and weaving like little lanterns. Drawing closer, she realized they were the forest's glowworm folk, their bioluminescent bodies aglow with worry. "Dear glowworms," Willow called gently, "what troubles you so?" One of the glowworms floated forward, its antennae twitching nervously. "Oh, Willow, we cannot find the dewdrop fairy anywhere. Her dew-woven bower lies empty, and her sweet songs have gone silent." Willow's heart sank, but she refused to lose hope. Carefully she searched the area around the spring, scouring every nook and cranny. At last her sharp eyes spotted something sparkling amid the ferns, a tiny radiant drop that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Cradling it tenderly in her palms, Willow gasped as the droplet unfurled into the minuscule form of the dewdrop fairy herself. The tiny creature blinked groggily, as if awoken from a deep sleep. "Thank you, kind Willow," she squeaked in a voice like tinkling bells. "I was ensnared in a dream-catcher's web and trapped in slumber." With a relieved twitter, she stretched her gossamer wings and took to the air. Hovering before Willow, the dewdrop fairy began to sing a lilting, ethereal melody that floated through the forest. One by one, the zephyrs began to stir, yawning and stretching like awakening giants. As the first breeze whispered through the trees, the forest seemed to sigh with relief. The brook's burbling laughter grew stronger, wind chimes rang out joyfully, and birdsong trilled in celebration. Willow smiled, basking in the melodies of nature's symphony restored. Thanks to her observant eye and the help of magical friends, the strange silence had given way to the most wondrous chorus. From that day on, Willow vowed to cherish every whisper of the wind, every gurgle of the stream. For she knew that within the forest's gentle rhythm dwelled an enchanting magic one that would forever sing in her heart. Story 18. In a serene village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the leaves danced in the wind like whispered secrets, there lived a young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her radiant smile and gentle nature, but inside her heart she felt as though she were a caterpillar trapped in a chrysalis, yearning to break free and discover who she truly was. Despite the comforting embrace of her community, Clara often found herself struggling with change, fearing the unknown that lay beyond her familiar world. Her days were spent in the village's small library, a cozy nook filled with the scent of old parchment and cedarwood, where she worked diligently to maintain the order of the books. She loved the feel of the pages beneath her fingers and the stories that transported her to faraway lands. Yet, as much as she cherished the tales of adventure and transformation, she found herself unable to embrace her own journey of change. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun sprinkled golden light through the canopy of the whispering woods, Clara decided to take a walk to clear her mind. The forest was alive with the rustling whispers of the leaves and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, wrapping around Clara like a comforting blanket. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, glimmering pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and surrounded by a ring of vibrant, moonlit flowers. Drawn by its enchanting aura, she knelt by the pool and gazed into its depths. To her surprise, the water began to shimmer and swirl, reflecting not her usual self, but an image of a confident, graceful woman who moved with the fluidity of the wind. Startled, Clara leaned back, her heart racing. It was then that she heard a gentle rustling behind her. Turning, she saw a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, its eyes twinkling with wisdom beyond its years. The fox approached her with a soft, reassuring gaze. "Do not fear the reflections you see," the fox spoke, its voice like the whisper of leaves. "This pool shows the potential within you, the person you are destined to become. Embrace the change, and you will find your true self." Clara listened intently, her heart both fearful and hopeful. "But how," she asked, her voice trembling, "how do I become the person I see?" "Through the magic of acceptance and the strength of friendship," the fox replied. "The journey may seem daunting, but you are not alone. Seek the wisdom of the forest and the guidance of those who care for you." With these words, the fox bounded into the forest, leaving Clara to ponder its advice. She spent a moment longer by the pool, watching the image fade back to her familiar reflection, before making her way back to the village, her mind a whirl of thoughts and possibilities. Over the next few days, Clara found herself returning to the whispering woods, seeking solace and wisdom in its quiet beauty. She began to notice the subtle magic that surrounded her, the way the sun painted the leaves with hues of amber and gold, the gentle hum of life that resonated through the trees, and the way the forest seemed to breathe with her, in and out, in perfect harmony. Her visits did not go unnoticed by the villagers. One day, as she wandered through the marketplace, she was approached by an elderly woman named Agnes, known for her kind heart and herbal remedies. Agnes offered Clara a small pouch filled with fragrant herbs and a warm smile. "These herbs will help calm your mind and open your heart," Agnes said softly. "Remember, change is a natural part of life. Embrace it, and you will grow stronger." Clara thanked Agnes, her heart swelling with gratitude. She realized that the village was filled with supportive souls, each willing to lend a hand or offer a word of encouragement. With their help, she began to embrace the changes within her, slowly shedding the fears that had once held her back. As the seasons shifted from autumn to winter, bringing with it a blanket of snow that covered the village in serene silence, Clara found herself transforming. She became more confident and self-assured, her heart opening to new experiences and friendships. She learned to trust in the wisdom of the forest and the guidance of those around her. On a particularly frosty evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Clara returned to the glimmering pool in the whispering woods. She knelt by its edge, gazing into the water that had once filled her with fear and uncertainty. This time she saw herself as she truly was, a woman who had embraced change and grown stronger because of it. As she rose to leave, she felt a familiar presence beside her. The silver fox appeared once more, its eyes reflecting the starlight. "You have found your path," the fox said, its voice filled with warmth. "Remember, the magic of transformation lies within you, always." Clara nodded, her heart light and free. She understood now that change was not something to fear, but a journey to embrace. With newfound courage and a heart full of gratitude, she returned to the village, ready to share her story and inspire others to embrace their own transformations. And so, under the gentle gaze of the stars and the watchful eyes of the whispering woods, Clara lived her days filled with joy and purpose, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the magic that lies within each of us. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a village nestled like a secret in the crook of a gentle valley, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of nature, the whisper of the wind through pine boughs, and the laughter of the brook that babbled happily along the village edge. But Leora's heart was a compass, ever pointing toward the mysterious forest that lay just beyond her home, a forest known to the villagers as the Enchanted Glade. The Enchanted Glade was a place of wondrous mystery, draped in a cloak of mist that shimmered with 1,000 colors in the morning light. The village elders spoke of its beauty with reverence and a hint of caution, their tales woven with threads of magic and mystery. Yet to Leora it was an irresistible invitation. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and pink, Leora decided it was time to answer the call of the glade. She set out with a heart full of curiosity and a satchel packed with her favorite things, a soft blanket for comfort, a notebook to capture her thoughts, and a small loaf of bread, still warm from the hearth. As she stepped into the forest, the air seemed to hum with a gentle, welcoming melody. The tall trees, with their leaves glistening like emeralds, formed a cathedral of green above her. Leora breathed deeply, the scent of pine and earth filling her with a sense of belonging. Here, she felt, was a place where dreams might just come true. Deeper into the forest, the path was a ribbon of sun-dappled earth, winding through thickets of wildflowers that nodded their colorful heads in greeting. Leora marveled at the sight, her eyes wide with wonder as she noticed tiny, luminescent creatures flitting among the blossoms. They were like miniature stars, their wings trailing sparkles of light as they danced in the sunbeams. "Hello," Leora whispered, her voice a gentle breath on the still air. The creatures paused, hovering curiously, their tiny faces alight with mischief and friendliness. One particularly brave little sprite, with wings like stained glass, fluttered close, landing softly on Leora's outstretched finger. Its touch was as light as a whisper, yet it filled her with a sense of companionship. "You've come to see the heart of the glade," the sprite chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "Follow the path and discover what lies beyond the known." Encouraged by this magical encounter, Leora continued onward. The path led her into a grove where the trees were adorned with silver bark that shimmered in the light. She caught her breath as she came upon a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its surface dancing with rainbows. By the water's edge stood a peculiar creature, a fox, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur was a swirling tapestry of gold and russet, and its eyes shone with wisdom and warmth. The fox watched her, its tail twitching with curiosity. "Welcome, traveler," the fox greeted her with a nod. "Here in the glade we each have our purpose. What is yours?" Leora thought for a moment, feeling the weight of the question. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied, her voice steady. "To find the courage to explore and learn." The fox nodded, as if it had heard this answer many times before. "Then continue onward. The glade reveals its secrets to those who listen with their hearts." With newfound determination, Leora journeyed further into the glade. The challenges she faced were gentle yet profound. A rickety bridge over a babbling brook that tested her balance and resolve, a maze of flowering vines that required patience and careful thought to navigate. Each step, each decision, brought her closer to understanding herself and the world around her. Finally, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Leora reached the heart of the enchanted glade, a circle of ancient stones, each pulsating with a soft, welcoming glow. She stood among them, feeling a deep sense of peace and connection. Here, she realized, was the glade's true gift, the courage to explore, the wisdom to listen, and the understanding that the journey itself was as enchanting as the destination. As she lay on her blanket, gazing up at the first stars twinkling in the twilight, Leora felt a warmth spread through her heart. In that moment, she knew she would carry the spirit of the glade with her always, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay in the unknown. And so, with the gentle song of the forest as her lullaby, Leora drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the endless possibilities of tomorrow's adventures. And thus her story, like all good stories, ended not with an end but with a beginning, of courage, discovery, and the promise of new wonders yet to come. Story 20. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and whispering streams, there lived a young girl named Layla. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and forests that stretched beyond her small, cozy home, where the scent of fresh bread always lingered in the air, courtesy of her mother's baking. Layla's heart was as curious as it was kind, and she delighted in the simple pleasures of nature. Her best friend was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who had a shell as dappled as the forest floor itself. Thistle often accompanied Leela on her adventures, sharing tales of old times and offering cryptic riddles that made Leela giggle and think deeply all at once. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced around her feet like playful spirits, Leela noticed something unusual in the hollow of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, ornate mirror, its frame woven with vines of silver and tiny blossoms that seemed to glow with an inner light. The mirror's surface was smooth as still water, and as Leela peered into it, she felt an unexpected warmth spread through her chest, like the comfort of a soft blanket on a chilly night. With Thistle ambling by her side, Leela carried the mirror home, cradling it carefully as if it were a fragile bird. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leela sat by the fireplace, the mirror resting on her lap. She traced her fingers along its intricate frame, feeling a gentle hum beneath her fingertips. "Careful with that, young Lila," Thistle advised, his voice a low rumble akin to distant thunder. "Objects found in the forest often carry magic, and magic, as you know, has a will of its own." "But how do I find out what it does, Thistle?" Leela asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "Patience, my dear," Thistle replied, blinking slowly. "The mirror will reveal its secrets when it is time." Layla took these words to heart and decided to keep the mirror close, curious to uncover its mysteries. Days turned into weeks, and as autumn deepened into winter, the mirror remained silent. Yet Leela felt its presence, a comforting weight in her satchel as she roamed the snowy woods. One evening, as a gentle snow began to fall, Leela sat by the fire, lost in thought. The mirror lay beside her, catching the flickering firelight and sending it dancing around the room. As she gazed at it, she noticed something peculiar. The reflection did not show her cozy living room. Instead, it depicted a scene of a faraway land, blanketed in mist and mystery. With Thistle's reassuring presence beside her, Layla found herself drawn into the mirror's vision. She stepped forward and, as if the glass were a mere veil, felt herself transported into the world beyond. She stood on a path lined with shimmering trees, their leaves singing a soft, melodic tune. "Welcome, traveler," a gentle voice called. Leela turned to see a tall, graceful figure approaching. It was a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes like amber. "I am Sylvan," he introduced himself, bowing slightly. "Guardian of the mirror's realm." Layla returned the bow, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of nervousness. "I didn't mean to intrude," she began, but Sylvan waved away her concern with a warm smile. "You are here because you are meant to be," he assured. "The mirror guides those who seek wisdom and kindness. There is a challenge here that only a heart as pure as yours can resolve." Guided by Sylvan, Leela embarked on a journey through the enchanting land. They encountered many creatures, each with stories to share and lessons to impart. There was a family of fireflies that taught her the importance of finding light in the darkest times, and a wise old owl who spoke of the strength found in patience and understanding. As they traveled, Sylvan explained the challenge. A great sadness had settled over the land, causing the vibrant colors to fade and the songs of the forest to dwindle. It was said that the source of this sorrow lay in the heart of the mirror, a hidden place that could only be found by someone who truly listened to the world around them. Layla listened carefully, her heart open and eager to help. She thought of her village, of her mother's laughter and Thistle's wisdom, and she realized that it was love and friendship that gave the world its color and song. Together they reached a grove where the trees stood silent, their branches heavy with ice. In the center of the grove, a pool of crystal-clear water shimmered under the moonlight. Leela knelt beside it, peering into its depths. She saw her own reflection, but there was something more, a shadow of doubt and fear lurking just beneath the surface. "It is your own heart that must be healed," Sylvan whispered, his voice as gentle as the breeze. Understanding dawned on Layla. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, remembering all the love and warmth she had experienced. She thought of the laughter shared with friends, the gentle wisdom of Thistle, and the comforting embrace of her mother. Slowly the shadows in the pool began to fade, replaced by a soft, golden glow. When Leela opened her eyes, the grove was transformed. The trees glistened with vibrant leaves, and a melody filled the air, sung by the wind and the creatures that called the forest home. Sylvan smiled, his eyes twinkling with gratitude. "You have brought light back to our world," he said, his voice filled with reverence. "And in doing so, you have brought it to your own heart as well." With a gentle nod, Sylvan led Leela back to the path from which she had come. As they walked, the land seemed to hum with joy, a reflection of the peace she now felt within herself. Back in her own world, the mirror sat quietly by the fire, its surface once again still and serene. Leela placed it carefully on the mantle, knowing that its magic was now a part of her own heart. As winter gave way to spring, Willowbrook came alive with color and laughter. Leela continued her adventures with Thistle, her heart ever open to the wonders of the world around her. She had learned that true magic lay not in the objects we find, but in the kindness and wisdom we share. And so, with the mirror's secret now a cherished memory, Leela drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle crackle of the fire a lullaby, and the promise of new adventures waiting with the dawn. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled within the embrace of an ancient forest, there lay a village, a quaint collection of cottages with thatched roofs and cobblestone streets, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs. This village was known as Elder Grove, a place where time seemed to move at the gentle pace of the babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the community. Elder Grove was surrounded by the Enchanted Wood, a sprawling expanse of towering trees with leaves that shimmered like emeralds and trunks that whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, a living tapestry woven from the dreams and hopes of all who had wandered its paths. In this village lived a young girl named Layla. Layla was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the afternoon sun. She had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the stars scattered across the night sky. Layla had an inquisitive spirit and often spent her days exploring the forest, collecting shimmering stones and fragrant herbs, which she carefully stored in jars that lined the shelves of her cozy attic room. Layla's closest companion was a wise old owl named Barnaby. With feathers as soft as down and eyes that glowed like amber lanterns, Barnaby was a creature of remarkable intellect and kindness. He had taken a liking to Layla from the moment they first met, when she had rescued him as a fledgling, tangled in the branches of an ancient oak. From that day forth, Barnaby had become her steadfast friend and guide, perched on her shoulder as she wandered the woods. One evening, as twilight cast its gentle veil over the village, Layla sat by the crackling hearth in her cottage. The soft glow of the fire painted her face in hues of gold and amber, and Barnaby sat beside her, his feathers ruffled against the chill of the evening air. The room was filled with the comforting aroma of spiced cider and freshly baked bread. "Layla," Barnaby began, his voice a soothing melody, "have you ever heard of the Crystal of Echoes?" Layla's eyes widened with curiosity. "No, Barnaby, what is it?" "It is a magical object," Barnaby explained, "a crystal that holds the power to reveal one's true self to the world. It was said to have been created by the first wizards of the forest, long before our time." As Barnaby spoke, Layla imagined the crystal, glittering like 1,000 diamonds, hidden somewhere in the depths of the Enchanted Wood. Her heart fluttered with excitement at the thought of such a treasure. "But beware," Barnaby continued, his tone growing serious. "The crystal's magic is not to be taken lightly. It can change one's life in ways that are unforeseen, and only those with pure intentions may find it." Layla nodded, her mind already set on finding the Crystal of Echoes. She felt a pull deep within her, a calling that she could not ignore. The next morning, with the sun casting its golden light over the village, Layla set out on her journey. She wore her favorite cloak, woven from the softest wool, and carried a satchel filled with provisions, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweet elderflower cordial. As she entered the Enchanted Wood, the world around her transformed into a realm of wonder. The trees towered above, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in dappled patterns of light and shadow. The air was alive with the songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. Layla followed the path that wound deeper into the forest, her heart filled with a sense of adventure. Barnaby flew alongside her, his eyes scanning the surroundings with keen interest. As they walked, they encountered many wonders: a family of deer grazing in a sunlit glade, a stream that danced over moss-covered stones, and a field of wildflowers that swayed in the breeze like a sea of colors. After hours of exploring, Layla and Barnaby arrived at a clearing where the air seemed to shimmer with a peculiar energy. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of ancient stones, each one etched with runes that glowed faintly in the twilight. "This must be the place," Barnaby said, perching on Layla's shoulder. "The Crystal of Echoes is near." Layla approached the stones with a sense of reverence, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she stepped into the circle, a gentle hum filled the air, a melody that resonated deep within her. In the center of the circle, nestled among the roots of a great oak, lay the Crystal of Echoes. It was a thing of breathtaking beauty, a gem that sparkled with a light all its own. Its facets caught the fading light, casting rainbows that danced across the forest floor. Leela knelt before the crystal, her reflection captured in its depths. She saw herself as she truly was, a girl with a kind heart and a spirit full of wonder. As she gazed into the crystal, a warmth spread through her, a feeling of peace and understanding. She realized that the journey to find the crystal was not just a quest for a magical object, but a journey of self-discovery. Barnaby hooted softly, as if sensing her thoughts. "The true magic of the crystal," he said, "is not in its ability to show others who you are, but in helping you see yourself." Leela smiled, her heart light with newfound wisdom. She understood now that she didn't need the crystal to prove her worth or define her identity. She was enough just as she was. With a gentle touch, Leela placed the crystal back among the roots of the oak. It was a treasure for all who sought it, a beacon of truth and self-awareness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Leela and Barnaby made their way back to the village. The path home seemed shorter, the world more vibrant and alive. When they reached Elder Grove, the village was aglow with the warm light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the laughter and chatter of friends and family. Leela felt a deep sense of belonging and joy as she joined her neighbors, sharing stories of her adventure. That night, as she lay in her attic room with Barnaby nestled beside her, Leela reflected on her journey. She had set out in search of a magical object, but what she found was far more precious, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and peace, Leela drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the enchanted wood. In her dreams, the forest whispered its secrets, and the crystal of echoes sparkled like a star in the night sky, a reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. The village of Elder Grove continued to thrive, surrounded by the timeless magic of the enchanted wood. And in the heart of the forest, the crystal of echoes remained, waiting for the next seeker to discover its secret and embark on their own journey of self-discovery. In the end, it was the magic of friendship, wisdom, and self-awareness that proved to be the greatest treasure of all, a treasure that would guide Leela and those who followed in her footsteps, lighting their path through the enchanting tapestry of life. Story 22. In a quaint little village nestled deep within the heart of the whispering woods, where tall, ancient trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was scented with sweet pine and the earthy fragrance of moss, there lived a young girl named Leela. Leela had a curious mind and a heart as warm as the softest fleece, living in a small cottage with her grandmother, who was known throughout the village as the wise woman of the woods. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leela would sit by the crackling fireplace, listening intently to her grandmother's tales of magic and mystery. The room would be filled with the comforting aroma of her grandmother's herbal tea, a blend so soothing it felt like being wrapped in a blanket of tranquility. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled light on the forest floor, Leela noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved apple orchard, known for its luscious, ruby-red apples, was beginning to wither. Trees that had stood firm and fruitful for generations now had leaves that curled and browned, and apples that once gleamed with a glossy sheen now hung dull and lackluster. The villagers were puzzled and worried, for the orchard was not only a source of sustenance, but also a cherished symbol of the community's prosperity and harmony with nature. Sensing their distress, Leela decided to unravel the mystery behind the orchard's sudden decline. Leela set out on her quest, her boots crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. Her first stop was to visit her friend Oliver, a wise old owl who resided in the tallest oak at the edge of the orchard. Oliver had eyes that twinkled like stars and feathers that shimmered like silver in the moonlight. He was known for his vast knowledge of the forest and its secrets. Oliver, Leela called softly, shading her eyes against the slanting sun. have you noticed anything unusual in the orchard?" Oliver blinked slowly, considering her question. "Ah, yes, young Lila," he hooted in his deep, mellifluous voice. "I've seen a shadow flitting about, one that doesn't belong to any creature of this forest. It appears at dusk and vanishes with the dawn." Intrigued, Lila thanked Oliver and promised to return with news. She decided to stay at the orchard that evening to see this shadow for herself. As the sun set and the forest was draped in a silvery twilight, Lila wrapped herself in a warm cloak and settled beneath the branches of a wizened apple tree, her senses alert. Just as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila noticed a soft rustling in the underbrush. Her heart beat steadily, not out of fear, but anticipation. A small, luminescent figure emerged, a sprite with wings delicate as gossamer, glowing with an ethereal light. The sprite, startled by Lila's presence, hovered uncertainly. "Please, don't be afraid," Lila whispered gently. "I wish to help." The sprite, reassured by Lila's kind eyes and gentle tone, fluttered closer. "The apples," the sprite confessed, a note of sorrow in its tinkling voice. "They are losing their magic. We sprites have long tended to this orchard, but something is sapping its vitality." "Do you know what it might be?" Lila asked, her mind racing with possibilities. The sprite shook its head, a shower of golden dust cascading from its wings. "I fear it is a magic beyond ours." Determined to find a solution, Lila decided to consult the wisest creature in the forest, a venerable tortoise named Thistle. Thistle lived by a tranquil pond, its waters reflecting the serene canopy above like a mirror. As Lila approached, she could hear the gentle croak of frogs and the soft rustle of reeds swaying in the breeze. Thistle was sunning herself on a smooth rock, her shell patterned with intricate designs as ancient as time itself. "Greetings, young one," Thistle said in a voice as smooth and slow as honey. "What brings you to my pond?" Lila explained the plight of the orchard, the mysterious shadow, and the sprite's distress. Thistle listened carefully, then closed her eyes, pondering deeply. After a moment, she spoke. "There is an old legend," she began, "of a druid who once lived in harmony with these woods. He had planted a seed of pure magic at the heart of the orchard. If the magic is fading, perhaps the seed needs to be nourished anew." "But how?" Lila asked, eager to help restore the orchard's magic. Thistle opened her eyes, her gaze steady and wise. "You must find the heart tree, Lila. It stands at the center of the orchard, marked by a silver leaf. Beneath it lies the seed. You will need the light of a true friend to awaken its magic." Thanking Thistle, Lila hurried back to the orchard, her heart filled with hope. She and the sprite searched for the heart tree, and as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, they found it, a grand, noble tree with a single leaf that shimmered like silver. Together, Lila and the sprite dug carefully at the base of the tree until they uncovered a small, golden seed. Lila held it gently in her palm, feeling its warmth pulsing softly. She closed her eyes, thinking of the love and unity of her village, the joy of friends and family, and the beauty of the forest that surrounded them. The sprite hovered close, its light mingling with the seed's glow. A warm, radiant light enveloped them, spreading through the roots and branches of the orchard. The trees seemed to sigh in relief, their leaves unfurling, the apples regaining their vibrant hue. The villagers awoke to find the orchard restored, the air filled with the sweet scent of ripe apples. They gathered to celebrate with laughter and song, their hearts light with gratitude. As Lila sat beneath the heart tree, the sprite perched on her shoulder, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The mystery of the orchard had been solved not through magic alone, but through the power of friendship, kindness, and a shared love for the land they called home. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle breeze whispered through the trees, Lila knew that the orchard would flourish for generations to come, a testament to the bond between the villagers and the magical world they cherished. With a heart full of peace and a spirit aglow with happiness, Leela drifted into a gentle sleep, cradled by the comforting embrace of the forest. Story 23. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a tranquil valley, nestled between the gentle slopes of two verdant hills, lay the village of Willow. This village was a place where time seemed to flow a bit more slowly, where each morning the sun kissed the dew-laden leaves of ancient oaks, and every evening the sky blushed with the colors of a soft, retiring sunset. It was here in this serene setting that a young girl named Clara lived with her father, a kind-hearted woodcarver known for his gentle touch and wise words. Clara, with her bright eyes and warm smile, was known throughout Willowbrook for her curiosity and her compassionate heart. She had a knack for finding magic in the ordinary, a sparkling brook, a fluttering leaf, or the soft whisper of the wind through the branches. Her days were filled with adventure, exploring the lush meadows and whispering forests that surrounded her home. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, Clara set out on one of her wanderings. She followed a narrow, winding path that twisted through the woods, leading her further from the village. The path was carpeted with a mosaic of amber and gold leaves, and the trees, tall sentinels of the forest, stood proudly with their branches outstretched like welcoming arms. Clara's footsteps were light, barely disturbing the woodland's quiet hum. She paused to admire the delicate lacework of a spider's web, glistening with morning dew, as it hung suspended between the branches of a lilac bush. Her heart swelled with the sheer beauty of it all as she continued deeper into the woods. It wasn't long before Clara stumbled upon something she had never seen before, a clearing bathed in sunlight where the air was alive with the gentle hum of life. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the fingers of an old hand. The tree's leaves shimmered with an ethereal light, casting a soft glow over the clearing. Clara felt an inexplicable pull towards the tree. As she approached, she noticed something remarkable. Within the bark of the tree was embedded a small, crystalline object. It shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, as if it had captured the essence of 1,000 sunsets. Clara reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the crystal. As soon as her fingers made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she heard a whisper, a voice soft and melodic, as if the tree itself was speaking to her. "Guardians of the Whispering Grove," the voice began, "have long watched over this land. You, young Clara, have been chosen to uncover its secrets." Cala's heart raced with a mix of awe and excitement. She knew she had discovered something wonderful, something magical. The voice continued, "This crystal holds the power to reveal the hidden world within our woods. But remember, true magic lies not in the seeing, but in understanding and cherishing." With those words echoing in her mind, the crystal detached itself from the tree, resting lightly in her palm. Clara, filled with a sense of purpose, made her way back to Willowbrook, her thoughts racing with possibilities. Over the next few days, Clara carried the crystal with her everywhere she went. She discovered that when she held it up to her eye, she could see beyond the ordinary. The leaves of the trees revealed themselves to be tiny, bustling worlds, with creatures that flitted and danced in a realm unseen by most. The babbling brook whispered stories of ancient times, and the rocks seemed to glow with a hidden light. Clara shared her discovery with her father, who listened with a knowing smile. "Magic," he said, "is everywhere, Clara. It is in the way we choose to see the world, the kindness we show, and the love we share. This crystal is merely a reminder of what has always been around us." One evening, as the sky faded to a dusky purple and the first stars began to twinkle, Clara sat by the fire with her father. "Father," she asked, "do you think there are other hidden worlds waiting to be discovered?" Her father chuckled softly, the firelight reflecting in his wise eyes. "Every person, every creature, and every place has a story, Clara. Sometimes we need a little magic to see it, but often it is our hearts that do the discovering. His words lingered in Cala's mind as she drifted off to sleep that night, the crystal resting on her bedside. Her dreams were filled with images of the hidden world she had glimpsed, and the promise of more adventures to come. Days turned into weeks, and Cala's newfound ability became a part of her daily life. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest and to see with her heart. She began to share her discoveries with her friends in the village, teaching them to look beyond the surface and to cherish the magic in the everyday. In time, Cala became known as the guardian of the Whispering Grove. She led many on journeys through the woods, helping them connect with the hidden wonders of their world. Her kindness and wisdom touched the hearts of all who met her, and the village of Willowbrook flourished under her gentle guidance. And so the seasons turned, and the village continued to thrive. Cala grew into a wise and gentle woman, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. The crystal, now a treasured keepsake, rested on her windowsill, a reminder of the day she discovered the magic that had always been there. As the years passed, Cala's story became woven into the fabric of Willowbrook, a timeless tale of friendship, understanding, and the magic of seeing with one's heart. The village, nestled in its tranquil valley, remained a place of beauty and harmony, where the Whispering Woods stood as a testament to the power of kindness and the joy of discovery. And on quiet nights, when the moon bathed the village in silver light, the gentle hum of the forest could be heard, a reminder that magic is never far away, waiting patiently to be seen by those who seek it with open hearts. The end. Story 24. The Whispering Map. In the heart of a quiet village nestled among emerald hills, there lay an ancient forest known to the villagers as the Whispering Grove. It was said to be enchanted, its trees murmuring secrets to those who dared to listen. The villagers respected the grove, visiting only to gather honey or berries, always in the company of the gentle breeze that threaded through the leaves. On the edge of this village lived a young boy named Finn. He was known for his curious spirit and kind heart, often found exploring the nooks and crannies of his world. His hair was the color of ripe wheat, and his eyes were the blue of a summer sky. Finn's most precious possession was an old satchel gifted by his grandmother, stuffed with bits of string, smooth pebbles, and a hand-drawn map of the village and its surroundings. The map was special, for it whispered to him, guiding him on his adventures and revealing secrets only to him. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting a golden glow over the village, Finn decided to wander deeper into the Whispering Grove than ever before. His heart thrummed with excitement, and the map tucked in his satchel seemed to hum in harmony. He could feel its gentle tug, as if urging him to discover something extraordinary. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the soft chatter of woodland creatures. As Finn ventured further, the trees grew taller and the air richer with the scent of pine and earth. He listened to the map's tender murmurs, guiding his steps as he followed an unseen path. It led him to a part of the forest where the sunlight danced through the canopy, illuminating a clearing that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and roots sprawling like fingers across the ground. The tree's bark was silver, glinting in the light, and its leaves were a dazzling array of colors, shifting with the breeze. Finn approached, captivated by its beauty, when he noticed something peculiar, a small, ornate door set into the tree's trunk. His heart fluttered with the thrill of discovery. He reached out and traced the intricate patterns carved into the door, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. Without hesitation, he gently pushed the door open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, lit by the soft glow of luminescent moss. With a deep breath full of courage, Finn descended, each step resonating with a soft echo. As he reached the bottom, the space opened into a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with shelves crammed with ancient scrolls and books. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering object, a compass unlike any Finn had ever seen. The compass was crafted from gold and silver, its needle dancing across its face as if alive. Drawn to it, Finn reached out, and as his fingers brushed its surface, a gentle warmth enveloped him. The map in his satchel rustled excitedly, and Finn realized the compass was meant for him. As he held the compass, the chamber filled with a soft melody, a harmonious blend of whispers and chimes. Finn felt a sense of unity with the world around him, as if the compass connected him to the very heart of the forest. It was a gift, he understood, a magical object that would guide him not just through the physical world, but through the intricate paths of life. He spent what felt like hours exploring the chamber, the books and scrolls revealing stories of the forest and its ancient magic. Each tale was a thread in the grand tapestry of the Whispering Grove, and Finn felt honored to be a part of it. Eventually, he knew it was time to return. Clutching the compass close, he retraced his steps up the staircase and out of the door. The clearing greeted him warmly, the sun now setting in a blaze of orange and pink. As he made his way home, the compass nestled safely in his pocket, he felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. Back in the village, Finn shared his adventure with his family and friends. The story of the Whispering Grove and its magical treasures spread like wildfire, enchanting all who heard it. But it was only Finn who truly understood the compass's magic, for it whispered to him in the quiet moments, guiding him with wisdom and love. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and gentle leader of the village, his adventures shaping him into a beacon of kindness and courage. The compass remained his constant companion, its magic a reminder of the hidden wonders of the world and the beauty of listening to one's heart. And so, the tale of Finn and the Whispering Grove became a cherished legend, a story passed down through generations, teaching all who heard it the value of curiosity, friendship, and the magic that lies within each of us. As the fire crackled gently and the night wrapped the village in its soft embrace, the villagers would whisper to each other, "Listen closely, and you might hear the map's song, guiding you to your own adventure." And thus, in the glow of the fireplace, with dreams woven from the threads of magic and wonder, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, their hearts full of possibility and their spirits light with hope. Story 25. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees sang ancient ballads with the wind and the moonlight wove silver patterns on the forest floor, lay the quaint village of Lumen Hollow. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, nestled snugly amongst the towering oaks and shimmering streams. Every evening, the villagers would gather around the village green to share stories and sip on warm elderberry tea, brewed with a touch of moonbeam honey. One such evening, as the villagers settled into their routine, a peculiar event disrupted the tranquil harmony of Lumen Hollow. Fireflies, which usually dance like tiny stars in the night, began to wink out one by one, leaving patches of darkness in their wake. The villagers watched in bewilderment as these little beacons of light slowly vanished from the forest edge, casting a shadow over their beloved village. Concerned yet curious, a gentle soul named Thalia, known for her wisdom and kind heart, decided to seek the counsel of the wise old owl, Orin, who resided in the ancient oak, the oldest and grandest tree in the woods. Orin was revered for his vast knowledge of the forest and its mysteries, and his deep, soothing voice was like a balm to the soul. Thalia made her way through the moonlit paths, her footsteps barely a whisper on the soft moss that carpeted the forest floor. As she approached the ancient oak, she heard the familiar rustling of feathers, and soon caught sight of Orin perched on a low branch, his eyes gleaming warmly in the silver light. "Greetings, dear Thalia," Orin hooted softly, his voice carrying the wisdom of ages. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a night?" Thalia explained the strange disappearance of the fireflies, her voice tinged with concern. "The villagers are worried, and the nights feel darker without their gentle glow. Have you any idea what might be happening?" Orin tilted his head thoughtfully, the moonlight casting intricate shadows on his feathers. There is indeed a mystery here, one that requires keen observation and a gentle heart to unravel. I suggest you seek the counsel of the Glimmer Sprites. They dwell by the hidden pond deep within the forest and are known for their affinity with the fireflies. Perhaps they can shed some light on this enigma. Thanking Orin, Thalia set off towards the hidden pond. The path was winding, illuminated by the soft luminescence of the flora that lined the way. As she walked, the forest seemed to hum with anticipation, the leaves whispering secrets and the streams murmuring encouragement. Upon reaching the pond, Thalia was greeted by a sight of ethereal beauty. The water shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and dancing above it were the Glimmer Sprites, delicate creatures with wings like gossamer and eyes that sparkled with 1,000 stars. "Welcome, kind Thalia," chimed the leader of the sprites, her voice like the tinkling of wind chimes. "We have sensed your approach and know of the darkness that has befallen your village." Thalia nodded, her heart hopeful. "Can you tell me why the fireflies have vanished?" The sprites gathered around, their wings creating a gentle breeze. "The fireflies are drawn to the songs of the moonflower, which blooms only once every 100 years, deep in the Heartwood Grove. This year the moonflower's song is particularly enchanting, and the fireflies have been captivated by its melody. They mean no harm, but their absence has caused unintended darkness." Thalia pondered this revelation, her mind whirring like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Is there a way to bring them back, to restore the light to our village?" The sprite leader nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The moonflower's song will soon fade, and the fireflies will return to their nightly dance. But until then, we sprites can lend our light to guide your village through the darkness." Grateful for their help, Thalia thanked the sprites and returned to Lumen Hollow. That night, as the villagers gathered once more, the Glimmer Sprites arrived, their light a soothing balm against the encroaching darkness. The villagers marveled at the spectacle, their hearts warmed by the unexpected generosity of these magical beings. In the days that followed, the fireflies gradually returned, their gentle glow merging with the sprite's light to create a tapestry of warmth and wonder. The village of Lumen Hollow thrived once more, its nights filled with the soft, comforting glow of friendship and understanding. And so the mystery was solved, not through force or fear, but through kindness, wisdom, and the gentle glow of shared light. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, the villagers of Lumen Hollow embraced the lesson that sometimes all it takes to dispel the darkness is a little bit of light and a lot of heart. As Thalia sat by her window, watching the fireflies and sprites dance together, she smiled to herself. The moon cast a silver path across the village, and the whispering woods sang a lullaby that carried with it the promise of peaceful nights and the joy of mysteries solved with kindness and care. Story 26. In a lush, verdant forest where the gentle whispers of the wind carried secrets from one towering tree to another, a community of woodland creatures lived in harmony with the ebb and flow of the seasons. Dappled sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, creating a quilt of gold and green on the forest floor, where the soft crunch of fallen leaves could be heard underfoot. At the heart of this enchanted woodland stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches twisting skyward, a testament to the wisdom of ages gone by. It was said that this mighty tree held the spirit of the forest, and those who listened carefully could hear its stories carried on the breeze. In the hollow of the oak, nestled safely within its roots, lived a wise old tortoise named Arbor. With eyes like polished amber and a shell that mirrored the forest's intricate patterns, Arbor was the guardian of the forest's wisdom. He had witnessed countless cycles of the seasons, and had learned the delicate art of balance that sustained this magical realm. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist began to lift from the forest floor, a young squirrel named Bramble scampered across the dew-kissed grass. His fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Bramble had heard tales of the ancient oak and the wisdom it held, and he was eager to learn its secrets. As Bramble approached the oak, he noticed a gentle rustling in the leaves. "Good morning, young one," came Arbor's deep, resonant voice. "What brings you to the heart of the forest today?" Bramble, his heart fluttering with excitement, bowed his head respectfully. "I wish to learn about the magic of the seasons and how we creatures live in harmony with the forest," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Arbor chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Ah, the magic of the seasons is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, and I shall tell you a tale," he invited, motioning with a slow nod to a soft patch of moss at the base of his trunk. As Bramble settled into the moss, the air around them seemed to shimmer with enchantment. The scent of earth and leaves enveloped him as Arbor began his story. Long ago, when the world was young, the seasons lived in discord. Each fought for dominance, wanting the forest to be their own. Winter's icy breath would linger too long, freezing the hearts of spring's tender buds. Summer's fierce sun would chase away autumn's gentle harvest, leaving the creatures weary and unprepared. Bramble listened intently, his mind painting vivid pictures of a forest out of balance. The creatures of the forest grew weary of the endless struggle, Arbor continued. They gathered beneath this very oak, seeking a solution to the chaos. Among them was a wise old owl named Sage, who had observed the seasons for many years. As Arbor spoke, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the scent of pine and the faint call of a distant bird. Sage suggested that the seasons learn to share their gifts, each taking their turn to nurture the forest in their own way. Winter would cloak the world in a blanket of snow, allowing the earth to rest. Spring would awaken the slumbering seeds with gentle rains and warm sunlight. Summer would bring forth abundance and light, and autumn would gather the harvest, preparing all for the long rest ahead. Bramble's eyes widened with understanding, his heart swelling with the beauty of the tale. The seasons agreed to Sage's proposal, and from that day forth they learned to dance in harmony, each stepping forward and then gracefully yielding to the next, Arbor concluded, his voice a soothing murmur. "And what of us, the creatures who dwell beneath these trees?" Bramble asked, eager to learn more. "We too must learn to live in balance," Arbor replied with a knowing smile. "We gather what we need, but never more than we can replenish. We respect the cycles of life, and in doing so, we ensure the forest thrives for generations to come." As Bramble absorbed the wisdom of Arbor's tale, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The forest, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, seemed to hum with a gentle lullaby. "Thank you, Arbor," Bramble said, a newfound respect for the forest and its cycles blossoming within him. "I will share this wisdom with others, just as you have shared it with me." Arbor nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "That is the way of the forest, young one. Knowledge is a gift meant to be shared." With a heart full of gratitude, Bramble scampered back into the forest, eager to spread the message of harmony and balance to his fellow creatures. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the night breeze. And within its mighty trunk, Arbor settled into a peaceful slumber, content in the knowledge that the wisdom of the forest would continue to thrive in the hearts of those who called it home. In the days that followed, Bramble's enthusiasm for the tale of the seasons became a spark of inspiration among the forest's inhabitants. Each creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, listened to the story with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. Bramble, with his quick wit and nimble movements, became a beloved storyteller in the forest. He would gather his friends around him, rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, foxes with gleaming, russet coats, and birds with songs as sweet as the morning dew, and share the tale of the season's dance. Under the gentle light of the moon, the forest became a haven of peace and unity. Creatures who once competed for resources now worked together, guided by the wisdom passed down through Arbor's tale. They learned to plant seeds for the future, to care for the young and the old alike, and to cherish the beauty that surrounded them. As autumn gave way to winter, the forest donned a sparkling coat of snow. The air was crisp and clear, and the trees stood silent and strong, their branches etched against the sky like delicate lace. Bramble and his friends gathered beneath the ancient oak, sharing warmth and stories as the snowflakes fell softly around them. On one such winter's night, as the stars shimmered like diamonds above, Bramble noticed a newcomer to their gathering. A young deer with eyes as bright as the morning sun stood at the edge of the circle, listening intently to the tales of the forest. "Welcome, friend," Bramble called, his voice warm and inviting. "Come join us by the oak. We have stories to share and warmth to offer." The deer stepped forward, her movements graceful and tentative. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice as soft as the whispering wind. "I have traveled far and long to find such a place of peace." Bramble smiled, his heart full of joy at the sight of new life and friendship. "You are welcome here always," he assured her, gesturing for her to join the circle. As the night deepened, the creatures of the forest huddled together, their hearts bound by the shared knowledge and love of their home. The ancient oak, towering above, seemed to embrace them all in its protective arms, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. And as the seasons continued their dance, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony, wisdom, and friendship. Each creature in their own way contributed to the balance that sustained their world, and in doing so, they discovered the true magic of the forest, a magic that dwelled not in spells or enchantments, but in the simple act of living in tune with the natural world. The forest, with its tapestry of life and beauty, became a sanctuary for all who sought peace and belonging. And beneath the ancient oak, the heart of the forest beat strong and true, whispering its timeless stories to those who would listen. As the years passed, the tale of the seasons became a cherished tradition, passed down from generation to generation. Young ones grew up with the stories, learning the importance of balance and respect for the world around them. Bramble, now older and wiser, watched with pride as new storytellers emerged, each bringing their own unique voice to the ancient tale. He marveled at the way the forest continued to thrive, the cycle of life unbroken and ever-renewing. One spring morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the awakening world, Bramble found himself drawn once more to the ancient oak. Its branches, adorned with fresh green leaves, seemed to reach toward the sky in celebration of new beginnings. As he approached, he found Arbor resting quietly, his eyes closed in peaceful meditation. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of bees busy at work. "Good morning, Arbor," Bramble said softly, his heart swelling with gratitude for the wisdom that had shaped his life. Arbor opened his eyes, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Ah, Bramble, my dear friend," he replied, his voice resonant with the strength of the ages. "It is a beautiful day, is it not?" "It is," Bramble agreed, glancing around at the vibrant world that surrounded them. "And I owe so much of it to you, for sharing the wisdom of the forest." Arbor chuckled, a sound as comforting as the rustling leaves. "The wisdom of the forest belongs to us all, Bramble. We are merely its caretakers, passing it on to those who come after us." Bramble nodded, understanding the truth of Arbor's words. "I will continue to share the stories, to keep our forest healthy and full of life." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting warm, golden light across the forest, Bramble felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. He knew that the legacy of harmony and balance would endure, carried forward by the creatures who called the forest home. And so the enchanted woodland continued to thrive, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the delicate dance of the seasons. The ancient oak stood tall and proud, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, as if nodding in approval of the life that flourished beneath its watchful gaze. In the heart of the forest, where magic and reality entwined, the timeless tale of the seasons endured, a gentle reminder of the beauty that could be found in living in harmony with the world around us. And those who listened with open hearts and minds found themselves forever changed, their lives enriched by the simple, profound truth of the forest's wisdom. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of old and the streams sang lullabies to the night sky, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, cozy cottages with thatched roofs, and gardens that bloomed in every color imaginable. It was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and where every villager, young and old, had a story to tell. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the village began to glow with the warm light of lanterns. One such evening, a peculiar thing happened. The moon, usually a beacon of silver light, was nowhere to be seen. In its place hung a curious, shimmering mist that seemed to dance just beyond the reach of the tallest oak trees. The villagers gathered in the town square, murmuring softly amongst themselves. They were puzzled yet intrigued by the strange occurrence. Leading the village was Elder Thistle, a wise woman whose years were as numerous as the rings of the ancient oak she lived beside. Her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of many lifetimes, and she held within her heart a boundless kindness. Elder Thistle stepped forward, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, dear ones," she reassured them. "This mist is but a veil hiding a mystery that wishes to be uncovered. We shall solve this together, with patience and friendship." Among the villagers was a young girl named Marin, whose curiosity was as endless as the sky. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Marin had a knack for noticing what others might overlook, and her heart was as brave as it was kind. "I'll help Elder Thistle," Marin volunteered, stepping forward with a determined smile. "I'll find out what's hidden in the mist." With a nod of approval, Elder Thistle handed Marin a small, enchanted lantern. "This will guide you and light your path," she said. "Remember, the answers we seek are often found in the most unexpected places." Marin set off towards the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. As she walked, the lantern cast a warm, golden glow, illuminating the path with a gentle light. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine, and the soft chirping of crickets accompanied her steps. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Marin noticed something shimmering near the base of a mighty oak. It was a group of tiny, luminescent creatures flitting about, their wings like delicate lace. They were the moon moths, known for their role in guiding the moon across the night sky. Curious, Marin knelt down to observe them. "Hello, moon moths," she greeted softly. "Have you seen anything unusual tonight?" One of the moon moths, slightly larger than the rest, fluttered closer. "We have, dear Marin," it replied in a voice as light as a breeze. "The moon is hidden because the star weavers have taken to weaving a new tapestry, and they've accidentally spun their threads across the moon's path." Marin listened intently, her mind whirring with possibilities. "Where can I find these star weavers?" she asked gently. The moon moth pointed its delicate wing towards the hill, where the stars seemed to twinkle more brightly. "Follow the starlit path, and you will find them at the top, weaving their wondrous patterns." Thanking the moon moths, Marin continued her journey. The night air was cool against her skin, and the soft rustling of leaves guided her steps. As she reached the hilltop, she was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A group of ethereal beings, the star weavers, were skillfully weaving threads of starlight into the sky. Their hands moved with a grace that seemed to dance with the rhythm of the universe. "Hello, star weavers," Marin called out gently, careful not to disturb their delicate work. "I've come to ask about the moon. It seems your beautiful tapestry has hidden it from view." One of the star weavers, with eyes that held the depth of the galaxy, paused and looked towards Marin. Ah, young Marin, the weaver said with a voice like a melody. We did not mean to hide the moon. In our excitement to create a new constellation, we spun our threads too far. Marin smiled, understanding their intent. Perhaps if you unravel just a little of the thread, the moon will shine brightly again, she suggested. The star weavers nodded, their smiles as radiant as the stars themselves. With a few graceful motions, they pulled a thread here and loosened a knot there. Slowly the mist began to fade, revealing the moon, now resplendent in its full glory, casting a silvery glow upon the land. The villagers in Willowbrook looked up, their smiles reflecting the moon's light. They cheered and clapped, grateful for the return of their nighttime companion. Marin waved goodbye to the star weavers, her heart full of joy. Thank you for your understanding and kindness, she said, her voice carrying the warmth of 1,000 hugs. As Marin made her way back to the village, she felt the gentle touch of the night breeze and the comforting embrace of the moon's glow. The villagers were waiting for her, their faces alight with gratitude and admiration. Elder Thistle embraced Marin, her eyes shining with pride. You have shown us all the power of observation, kindness, and gentle wisdom, she said. Tonight the mystery has taught us that even the smallest actions can ripple out and touch the stars. With the mystery resolved and the village aglow with the light of friendship, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts at peace. Marin, with her lantern in hand, climbed into her cozy bed, pulling the warm quilt up to her chin. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the moon watched over Willowbrook, a silent guardian in the star-studded sky. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic danced on every breeze and stories were woven with the threads of dreams, the village of Willowbrook slumbered soundly, wrapped in the gentle glow of the moon. Story 28. In a cozy glen where sunbeams danced through emerald boughs, a quaint cottage nestled amidst a carpet of wildflowers. Here young Willow spent her days in the embrace of nature, her curious eyes forever seeking the wonders hidden within the forest's lush tapestry. One crisp morning, as Willow ventured deeper into the woodland realm, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree with a peculiar hollow in its trunk. Peering inside, she gasped in delight, for nestled within was an ornate acorn crafted from gleaming crystal. Entranced by its ethereal beauty, Willow reached out, and as her fingers brushed the acorn's surface, a shimmering warmth enveloped her. In that moment, the world around her shifted, and she found herself transported into a realm where every creature could speak. "Welcome, young one," chirped a robin perched on a nearby branch. "You have discovered the acorn of understanding, a treasure that allows you to commune with all beings of the forest." Willow's eyes widened in wonder as the robin continued, "This gift comes with a quest to journey deep into the heart of the woodland and seek the wisdom of the ancient spirits who dwell there." With a flutter of wings, the robin took flight, leaving Willow to ponder the extraordinary adventure that lay ahead. Clutching the acorn tightly, she set forth, her path winding through a verdant labyrinth of ferns and mossy logs. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her, each creature greeting her with a friendly nod or a cheerful song. A family of rabbits scampered across her path, their whiskers twitching in excitement. "You must be the one seeking the ancient spirits," one of them remarked. "Follow the trail of glowing mushrooms, and you'll find your way." True to their words, a luminous path of mushrooms emerged, guiding Willow deeper into the forest's mystical embrace. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the canopy of leaves above dappled the ground with ever-shifting patterns of light and shadow. At last, Willow reached a secluded glade where a majestic oak stood tall, its twisted branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers. Surrounding its base, a circle of toadstools glowed with an otherworldly radiance. "Welcome, child of the forest," a deep, resonant voice echoed through the glade. "We are the ancient spirits you seek, guardians of these woodlands for centuries untold." Willow gazed in awe as ethereal forms materialized before her, their luminous figures flickering like candlelight. They beckoned her forward, and as she approached, they began to share their timeless wisdom. The forest is a delicate tapestry, woven by the threads of life that bind us all, one spirit intoned. To truly understand its secrets, you must open your heart and mind to the voices of every creature, great and small. Another spirit chimed in, respect and reverence are the keys to unlocking the forest's mysteries. Tread lightly, young one, and let compassion guide your path. As the spirits imparted their ancient knowledge, Willow felt a profound transformation taking root within her. She realized that the acorn's gift was not merely the ability to converse with animals, but a deeper understanding of the intricate web of life that bound all beings together. Days turned to weeks as Willow wandered the forest, her newfound wisdom allowing her to forge remarkable friendships with creatures she had once overlooked. A family of mice became her trusted confidants, regaling her with tales of their underground burrows and the hidden pathways that crisscrossed the woodland floor. A wise old owl, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of her soul, taught her the rhythms of the changing seasons and the delicate balance that sustained the forest's ecosystem. Even the tiniest creatures, like the industrious ants and the iridescent beetles, revealed their own unique perspectives, helping Willow to appreciate the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded her. As the seasons changed and the world beyond the forest beckoned, Willow found herself torn between her desire to share her newfound wisdom and the fear of leaving her beloved woodland home. It was then that the ancient spirits appeared once more, their luminous forms shimmering in the dappled light. "Fear not, child of the forest," they reassured her. "The gift of understanding is meant to be shared, for it is through connection and empathy that true transformation can occur." With a gentle touch, they imbued the acorn with a shimmering radiance, and Willow understood that its power now extended far beyond the boundaries of the forest. Bidding farewell to her cherished friends, Willow embarked on a new journey, carrying the acorn's magic with her wherever she went. In every town and city, she sought out those who had lost their connection to the natural world, sharing her wisdom and helping them to rediscover the beauty and wonder that had been there all along. Some were skeptical at first, but as Willow demonstrated her ability to communicate with the creatures around them, their eyes opened to a realm of possibilities they had never imagined. Children whose hearts were still untainted by doubt were the first to embrace Willow's gift, their laughter ringing out as they conversed with squirrels and butterflies, learning the secrets of the natural world firsthand. Slowly but surely, Willow's message of compassion and understanding began to spread, touching the hearts of those who had forgotten the precious bonds that tied them to the earth. In a world where progress often overshadowed preservation, Willow became a beacon of hope, reminding all who crossed her path that the natural world was not merely a resource to be exploited, but a living, breathing tapestry deserving of reverence and care. And as she shared her wisdom, Willow realized that the true gift was not the acorn's magic, but the transformative power of empathy itself, the ability to see the world through the eyes of others, and to find common ground in even the most unexpected of places. For in that shared understanding, the seeds of hope took root, blossoming into a renewed appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them, and a commitment to preserving the delicate balance of life for generations to come. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the sleepy village of Willow Crest, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young and curious soul named Leora. Willow Crest was a place where the golden sunlight dripped like honey through the leaves, and the air always carried the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. Leora, with her bright eyes and an insatiable curiosity, loved nothing more than to wander the village paths, imagining the world beyond. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Leora stumbled upon an ancient, overgrown path that she had never noticed before. The path was carpeted with soft moss and framed by towering oaks whose branches seemed to beckon her forward, whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. Intrigued and with a heart full of adventure, Leora decided to follow the winding trail, her footsteps muffled by the earth's soft embrace. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air shimmered with a peculiar enchantment. The light filtered through the canopy in kaleidoscopic patterns, and the forest floor was alive with the scurry of tiny creatures. In this world, Leora felt as if she had stepped into a tapestry of dreams. Before long, she arrived at a clearing where an extraordinary sight awaited her. In the center stood a majestic tree, unlike any she had ever seen. Its trunk was silver, gleaming in the dappled sunlight, and its leaves sparkled like emeralds. Nestled among its branches were nests woven from the finest threads of moonlight, and from these nests emerged creatures of pure whimsy, tiny, shimmering beings with wings like gossamer. These were the sylphids, gentle spirits of the forest, and they danced in the air with a grace that left Leora breathless. They flitted around her, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes, and Leora could not help but smile. One particularly bold sylphid, with wings that glowed a brilliant azure, fluttered close, its tiny voice a melody in the air. "Welcome, brave wanderer," it sang, circling Leora's head. "Few have the heart to venture this far." Leora, feeling a warmth spread through her, replied, "I couldn't resist. There's so much beauty to see and so many wonders to discover." The sylphid nodded, its tiny face alight with understanding. "Indeed, but not all who wander are lost. You have the spirit of an explorer, and there is something special waiting for you here." Guided by the sylphid, Leora continued her journey through the enchanted glade. Along the way, she encountered a series of gentle challenges, each revealing her inner strength and kindness. At a babbling brook, she helped a family of hedgehogs find their way across, using fallen leaves as little rafts. In a glen filled with sleeping flowers, she sang softly, coaxing them to bloom in a riot of colors under the moonlit sky. Each act of kindness seemed to fill Leora's heart with a quiet joy, and the forest responded in kind, lighting her path with a soft, ethereal glow. The sylphid remained by her side, a constant and comforting presence, offering encouragement with each step. As night fell, the forest transformed into a realm of starlight. The moon hung high in the sky, a silver lantern casting its glow over the land. Leora found herself back at the majestic tree, where the sylphids gathered in a circle, their wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You have shown great courage and kindness," the azure-winged sylphid declared, its voice carrying a note of pride. "In every challenge you have brought light and warmth." Touched by their words, Leora felt a swell of gratitude. "Thank you for showing me this world and for the journey we've shared." The sylphid smiled, a radiant beacon in the night. "The forest will always welcome those with a heart like yours. Remember, the unknown is not to be feared but embraced." As Leora prepared to return home, she felt a gentle weight in her pocket. Reaching in, she found a small, glimmering stone, a gift from the sylphids, a reminder of the courage and friendship that had guided her through the enchanted woods. With the first light of dawn peeking over the horizon, Leora made her way back to Willow Crest, her heart brimming with stories and memories. And though she returned to the familiar paths of her village, she knew that the spirit of adventure would always guide her, like a whisper on the wind. From that day forth, Leora shared her tales with the villagers, inspiring others to seek their own paths of wonder and exploration. And in the quiet moments before sleep, she would hold the stone close, feeling the warmth of the sylphid's friendship, a gentle reminder that the world was full of magic, waiting just beyond the next bend in the road. And so, in the cozy embrace of her dreams, guided by moonlight and memories, Leora's heart continued to wander, forever exploring the enchanting tapestry of life. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the babbling brooks sang lullabies to the stones, lived a community of creatures unseen by most of humankind. This forest, thick with the scent of pine and earth, was a realm where reality danced with magic, and where each creature played a part in maintaining the delicate balance of nature's harmony. The forest's vibrant tapestry was stitched together by wise old oaks, their gnarled branches reaching out like arms embracing the sky, and slender willows, their leaves kissing the gentle streams that meandered through the undergrowth. In this enchanted place, the air was perpetually filled with the hum of life, crickets chirping a symphony at dusk, the soft rustle of leaves under the feet of small mammals, and the distant call of a lone owl echoing through the night. Amidst this symphony of nature lived a family of foxes, their fur a fiery red that glowed like embers in the twilight. The matriarch of the family, wise beyond her years, was known simply as the Elder. Her eyes, a deep golden hue, held the knowledge of countless seasons. She was the keeper of the forest stories, the one who taught the younger foxes the ways of their world. One crisp autumn evening, as the forest donned its cloak of amber and gold, the Elder gathered the young ones around her. They settled on a bed of fallen leaves, their rustling a gentle whisper against the cooling earth. The air was filled with the sweet, earthy scent of decaying leaves, and the sky above was a canvas of fading light, streaked with the warm hues of the setting sun. Tonight, the Elder began, her voice soft and melodic. I will tell you the tale of the season's dance, a story of how the forest came to thrive in harmony and balance. The young foxes, their eyes wide with anticipation, snuggled closer as the Elder spoke, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and wisdom. Long ago, she continued, when the world was still new and the forest but a sapling, the seasons did not change as they do now. Instead, they lingered, each refusing to yield to the next. Summer's heat would scorch the earth, and winter's chill would linger far too long. The forest was out of balance, and the creatures within struggled to survive. The Elder paused, her gaze drifting to the canopy above where the first stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the vast, indigo sky. The young foxes, captivated, held their breath, eager for the tale to unfold. It was then, the Elder continued, that three guardians emerged from the heart of the forest, a stag as radiant as the morning sun, a bear as strong as the ancient mountains, and a hare as swift as the wind. They were the spirit of summer, the soul of winter, and the essence of spring. Together they sought the wisdom of the oldest tree in the forest, the great oak, who stood at the very center of our world. As the Elder spoke, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The gentle rustling of leaves mimicked the soft footsteps of the guardians, and the cool night breeze carried with it the scent of pine and moss. The great oak, the Elder said, her voice a gentle murmur, told the guardians that balance could only be achieved through understanding and cooperation. He advised them to listen to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the streams, and the heartbeats of the earth. The young foxes nodded, their eyes reflecting the starlight as they imagined the guardians, majestic and wise, standing before the ancient tree. And so, the Elder continued, the guardians listened. They watched the creatures of the forest and learned from their ways. The stag observed the joy of the fawns as they frolicked in the summer meadows. The bear noticed the patience of the squirrels as they gathered acorns for the long winter. And the hare marveled at the resilience of the flowers that bloomed each spring, their colors a promise of renewal. The Elder's voice was a gentle lull, as soothing as the rustling leaves above. In time, the guardians understood that each season had its purpose and beauty. Summer provided warmth and abundance, winter offered rest and reflection, and spring brought renewal and hope. With this understanding, they began the season's dance, a harmonious cycle that allowed the forest to flourish. The young foxes sighed contentedly, the melody of the Elder's tale wrapping around them like a warm cloak. The fireflies, tiny beacons of light, began their nightly dance, twinkling among the trees like stars fallen to earth. From that day forward, the Elder concluded, her voice a gentle breeze in the night, the seasons followed their rhythm, each giving way to the next in a graceful dance. The forest thrived in their embrace, a testament to the power of understanding and cooperation. The young foxes, their hearts full of wonder and warmth, nestled closer to the Elder. The forest, at peace in the moonlight, stood as a living testament to the story's truth. a place where harmony reigned and each creature played its part in the eternal dance of life. As the night deepened and the stars watched over the world, the elder's voice faded into the symphony of the forest. The young foxes, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the tale, drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with visions of guardians and seasons, of balance and beauty. And so the forest continued to flourish, a magical realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and where the wisdom of the ages was passed down through the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the streams. Story 31. In the heart of the ancient emeraldwood forest, where the canopy of trees stretched high and proud, whispering secrets only the winds could carry, lived a hidden world of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the breath of nature itself. This was a place untouched by time, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the songs of birds were a symphony that danced with the rustling leaves. Here, among the dappled sunlight and cool shadows, dwelled a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of moss and lichen, a testament to the years he had spent journeying through the forest. Thistle was known to all as the Keeper of Seasons, a title passed down from his ancestors, who had long understood the delicate balance of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its cloak of gold and crimson, Thistle awoke to a peculiar sight. The leaves glistened with a silvery frost, though the air was still warm with the lingering touch of summer. Puzzled, he decided to visit his dear friend Willow, an ancient owl who nested high in the oldest oak tree. Willow, with her feathers a soft blend of browns and grays, was known for her keen insight and gentle wisdom. As Thistle approached the base of the oak, he called up in his gentle voice, "Willow, my friend, do you sense something amiss in the forest?" Willow, perched high above, opened her amber eyes and blinked down at Thistle. "Ah, Thistle," she hooted softly, "I too have noticed this strange frost. It seems the balance of the seasons has shifted." Together they pondered this mystery, their thoughts weaving through the branches like the breeze. Thistle suggested they seek the counsel of the brook, a wise stream that wound its way through the forest, its waters shimmering with the light of 1,000 sunlit diamonds. As they reached the brook, its gentle babble greeted them. The water sang a tune of ages, a melody shaped by the passing seasons. Thistle leaned close and asked, "O wise brook, what can you tell us of this early frost?" The brook's voice was soft yet resonant, echoing with the wisdom of the earth. "The frost is a sign, dear Thistle," it murmured. "The spirit of winter stirs earlier this year, yearning to dance across the land. But worry not, for nature's balance will hold, as it always has." Comforted by the brook's assurance, Thistle and Willow pondered how they might help restore harmony. It was then that a small family of hedgehogs emerged from the underbrush, their quills bristling with curiosity. The hedgehogs, led by their matron Hazel, were known for their knack for gathering forest treasures. "Perhaps," Hazel suggested, "we could collect the fallen leaves, creating a blanket to guard the forest floor against the frost's early touch." Inspired by Hazel's idea, Thistle, Willow, and the hedgehogs worked together, gathering leaves of every hue. As they layered the forest floor, they spoke of the ancient tales of balance and unity, stories passed down through generations. The forest watched and listened, its heart beating in time with their efforts. Days passed, and as the sun dipped lower in the sky, the frost receded, retreating back to its rightful time. The forest, now cloaked in a vibrant quilt of leaves, thrummed with life and gratitude. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, Thistle and Willow sat together at the edge of the brook, their hearts warm with the joy of friendship and unity. "The forest is once again in harmony," Willow hooted softly, "and it is thanks to the wisdom and kindness we shared." Thistle nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moonlight. "Indeed, my friend, together we have learned that balance is not kept by one, but by many who care for the world around them." And so, under the watchful eye of the moon and the protective embrace of the ancient trees, the creatures of Emeraldwood Forest continued their lives in peace, their hearts forever bound by the magic of the seasons and the wisdom they shared. Story 32. In a small, quaint village nestled between rolling hills and evergreen forests, there lived a curious young lad named Oliver. Oliver's eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, always ready to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and ivy-clad cottages of his home. His heart yearned for adventure, and his imagination soared on the wings of tales whispered by the wind. One late afternoon, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet, Oliver decided to wander beyond the village boundaries. He followed a narrow path that wound its way through the woods, where the trees were tall and their branches stretched out like friendly arms, welcoming him into their hidden world. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Soft moss cushioned Oliver's steps, and the gentle rustling of leaves played a harmonious melody, guiding him deeper into the forest. As he walked, he noticed the forest gradually transforming. The trees shimmered with a faint, silvery glow, and the air was filled with the twinkling of tiny lights, fireflies dancing in an unspoken rhythm. Curious, Oliver ventured further until he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At the center stood a magnificent structure, unlike anything he had ever seen. It was a grand, spiraling tower crafted from crystal and stone, its surface reflecting the stars above like a tapestry woven from dreams. The tower seemed to hum with an ancient magic, and Oliver felt a gentle tug at his heart, urging him to explore. As he approached the tower, he noticed a soft, melodic laughter echoing through the air. Out from the shadows emerged a group of delightful creatures, each no taller than his knee, with wings as delicate as spider silk and eyes that shimmered like dewdrops. They were the Fae, guardians of the Enchanted Tower, and they greeted Oliver with curious smiles. "Welcome, brave traveler," chimed the Fae in unison, their voices like the tinkling of bells. "We have awaited your arrival." Oliver, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, warmth spread through his chest, and he smiled back at the creatures. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is the Tower of Wonder," replied the eldest Fae, her wings a soft lavender hue. "It holds secrets of the world and beyond, but only those with the courage to listen and learn may enter." Entranced, Oliver felt an irresistible urge to uncover the mysteries within. With a nod from the Fae, he ascended the spiral staircase that wound around the tower. Each step resonated with a gentle hum, and the walls seemed to come alive with swirling colors and patterns, guiding him upwards. As he climbed, Oliver encountered rooms filled with marvels, glowing orbs that told stories of distant lands, mirrors reflecting wonders that lay beyond the stars, and books that whispered secrets in languages unknown. Each discovery filled him with awe, but also with a quiet understanding. The world was vast and filled with wonders waiting to be explored. At the very top of the tower, Oliver found a grand room bathed in soft, silvery light. In the center stood a grand telescope, its lens pointed towards the heavens. He peered through it and was met with a breathtaking view of the cosmos, stars twinkling like diamonds on a velvet sky. As he gazed, the eldest Fae appeared by his side. "You see, young Oliver," she said gently, "the greatest journeys begin with a single step into the unknown. It takes courage to explore, to face the unfamiliar, and to embrace the wonders it holds." Oliver nodded, understanding the wisdom in her words. His heart swelled with gratitude and a newfound bravery, knowing that his journey had just begun. With a final look through the telescope, he turned to the Fae, who smiled warmly at him. When Oliver descended the tower, the Fae gathered around him once more. "Remember, dear traveler," they said, "the wonders of the world are endless, and so is the courage within you." With a heart full of wonder and a spirit ready for adventure, Oliver bade farewell to his new friends. As he made his way back through the forest, the whispers of the wind carried a promise of more adventures to come for those who dared to seek them. And so, under the blanket of a star-strewn sky, Oliver returned home, his dreams woven with the magic of the Tower of Wonder, and his heart aglow with the courage to explore the unknown. As he drifted into a peaceful slumber, he knew that the world was a place of infinite possibilities, just waiting for him to discover them. Story 33. Title: The Whispering Grove. On the edge of a village cradled by lush emerald hills, nestled against the border of an ancient forest, lived a young girl named Layla. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, from chasing the golden sunbeams that danced upon her face to listening to the gentle symphony of the rustling leaves. But what made Layla truly unique was her heart's capacity to hear the stories of the forest, tales that only the oldest trees dared to whisper. Every evening, as the sky surrendered to the Inkai embrace of night, Layla would sit at the forest's edge, listening intently. She never ventured far into the woods, for it was said that within its depths lay a world unseen by ordinary eyes, a hidden realm of wonders and mysteries. One balmy summer night, while the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, Layla noticed something peculiar. A faint, shimmering light flickered between the trees, beckoning her with its gentle glow. Curiosity, as tender as it was irresistible, tugged at her heart. And so, with cautious steps, she followed the light deeper into the forest, her bare feet silent upon the cool, mossy earth. As she ventured further, the trees seemed to part, revealing a path lined with flowers that glowed like tiny lanterns. Their petals were of every imaginable hue, and the air was alive with the soft hum of hidden creatures. The forest, so often a tapestry of dark silhouettes, now unveiled itself in vibrant detail, as if Layla had stepped into a painting that pulsed with life. Guided by the mystical light, Layla found herself standing before an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough to house a small cottage. At its base lay a peculiar object, a silver compass, its needle spinning slowly, as if caught in an eternal dance. She reached down and touched it, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips, a sensation both comforting and invigorating. As soon as her fingers closed around the compass, the forest around her transformed. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming an archway that led to a hidden world. With a gentle breath, Layla stepped through, the compass a steady weight in her hand. Beyond the archway was a grove bathed in moonlight, where the air shimmered with the glow of thousands of fireflies. In the center stood a circle of stones, worn smooth by time and covered in soft, emerald moss. Atop the largest stone sat a creature unlike any Layla had ever seen, a small, delicate dragon with scales that glimmered like polished gemstones. The dragon opened its eyes, revealing orbs as deep and mysterious as the night sky. "Welcome, Layla," it said, its voice a gentle melody that echoed through the grove. Layla, though startled, felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with an overwhelming sense of wonder. "How do you know my name?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I know many things," replied the dragon, unfurling its wings with a grace that stirred the air. "And I have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Why?" The dragon regarded her with a tender gaze. "This compass is no ordinary object. It holds a magic that has long been forgotten by the world. It reveals the truth of one's heart, guiding its bearer to what they truly seek. But it can only be wielded by one with a heart pure and open, like yours." Layla looked down at the compass, its needle now pointing straight ahead, towards the heart of the grove. "What am I supposed to find?" "Your journey is yours alone to discover," the dragon said, with a smile that was both knowing and kind. "But remember, true magic lies not in the compass itself, but in the friendships and wisdom you gather along the way." With these words, the dragon leapt into the air, its wings carrying it upwards until it vanished among the stars. Layla stood alone in the grove, the compass guiding her forward, each step filled with anticipation. As she followed the invisible path through the grove, Layla encountered inhabitants of this hidden world, creatures and beings that defied her wildest imaginations. There was a family of talking foxes, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and a wise old turtle who shared riddles that twisted her mind in delightful knots. Each encounter left her heart fuller, her mind richer with stories and wisdom. Days turned to nights and nights to days, yet Layla never tired, for the magic of the forest sustained her. She learned to trust the compass, to let it guide her not just through the forest, but through the labyrinth of her own heart. It led her to places she had never dared explore, both in the world around her and within herself. One day when the sun was a golden orb high above, she met a young fawn named Cedric. He was shy at first, hiding behind the broad leaves of a fern, but curiosity got the better of him. "Are you lost?" he asked, his voice a soft whisper carried by the breeze. Leela smiled, holding up the compass. "Not lost, just exploring." Cedric's eyes widened at the sight of the compass. "I've heard tales of such a thing," he said, stepping closer. "They say it can lead you to your heart's desire." Leela nodded. "It's shown me so much already. Would you like to join me?" The fawn hesitated, his hooves shuffling in the soft earth. "I've never left the grove," he admitted. "But I would like to see more of the world." And so a new friendship blossomed, as natural and effortless as the blooming of a flower. Together, Leela and Cedric wandered through the hidden world, the compass guiding them to wonders and mysteries untold. They shared stories and laughter, their companionship a balm against the challenges they faced. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, they found themselves at the edge of an enchanted lake. The water was as clear as crystal, reflecting the world with a clarity that seemed almost surreal. As they gazed into its depths, they saw not just their reflections, but glimpses of their deepest dreams. Cedric knelt by the water, his eyes wide with awe. "I've always wanted to see the world beyond the forest," he confessed. "To find a place where I truly belong." Leela placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "We'll find it together," she promised, her voice filled with the warmth of their growing friendship. As they continued their journey, Leela began to understand the true power of the compass. It was not merely a guide through the physical world, but a mirror that reflected her innermost desires and fears. With each revelation, she grew stronger, her heart more attuned to the whispers of the forest. One day, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leila and Cedric arrived at a clearing unlike any they had seen before. In its center stood a tree of unimaginable beauty, its branches heavy with blossoms that glowed with an ethereal light. "This is the heart of the forest," Cedric breathed, his voice filled with reverence. "It's said to grant the deepest wish of those who truly understand themselves." Layla felt the compass grow warm in her hand, its needle pointing directly at the tree. As she approached, her heart swelled with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken, for the friends she had made, and for the wisdom she had gained. Kneeling before the tree, she closed her eyes and let the truth of her heart rise to the surface. She wished not for herself, but for the happiness and safety of her friends, for the magic of the forest to remain a source of wonder and joy for all who dwelled within. When she opened her eyes, the tree shimmered with a light so pure it took her breath away. The blossoms began to fall, each petal a tiny, glowing ember that drifted gently to the ground. Where they touched the earth, they left behind a trail of light, a path leading back to the world outside the forest. Leela took Cedric's hand, and together they followed the path, their hearts light with the fulfillment of their journey. As they stepped through the archway of trees, back into the familiar embrace of the village, Leela felt a sense of peace unlike anything she had known before. The compass, its task complete, faded from her hand, leaving only the warmth of its magic lingering in her heart. She knew that she would always carry the lessons of the forest with her, that the friendships she had forged would guide her through whatever life had in store. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in the soft glow of twilight, Layla and Cedric stood together, their eyes fixed on the distant line of trees. Though their adventure had ended, their story was just beginning, filled with the promise of new discoveries and the enduring magic of friendship. And so, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 stars, Layla and Cedric found comfort in the knowledge that the world was vast and full of wonders, waiting to be explored. With hearts intertwined and spirits alight, they embraced the journey of life, knowing that true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange things began to happen. It started with the disappearance of little Willow's favorite storybook from under her pillow one night. The next morning, the book reappeared in the most peculiar place, perched atop the peaked roof of the village bakery. Willow's best friend Finch witnessed the bizarre event, and together they set out to solve the mystery. With a sprinkle of curiosity and a dash of determination, they decided to investigate. As they wandered through the whimsical lanes of their village, more and more oddities unfolded before their very eyes. Mrs. Honeycomb's prized pumpkins had somehow ended up in the branches of the old oak tree. The blacksmith's anvil was found bobbing merrily in the village fountain. Even the mayor's favorite tricorn hat went missing, only to resurface atop the weather vane on the tallest tower. Perplexed yet undeterred, Willow and Finch knew they needed help from someone wiser. They sought guidance from their friend, Elder Oak, an ancient tree spirit who had seen countless seasons come and go in the forest. Elder Oak listened patiently as the two young adventurers recounted the strange happenings. With a warm chuckle he explained, "Why, it seems you have a whisper sprite residing in your midst, my dears." Willow and Finch exchanged puzzled looks. "A whisper sprite, what's that?" they asked in unison. Elder Oak's bark crinkled in a kindly smile as he began to regale them with the tale of these mischievous, yet benevolent creatures. Whisper sprites were invisible tricksters who loved nothing more than moving objects around, just for the sheer delight of watching the confusion unfold. However, their intentions were never to cause harm or distress, merely to bring a sense of wonder and playfulness into the world. As the wise tree spirit spoke, Willow and Finch felt a soft breeze rustle their hair, carrying the faintest sound of tinkling laughter. They gasped in realization the whisper sprite must be nearby, listening in. With a twinkle in his ancient eyes, Elder Oak encouraged the two friends to embrace the sprite's antics with open hearts and minds. "Let the whisper sprite's magic fill you with joy and remind you to find wonder in the smallest of things," he advised gently. From that day on, Willow and Finch looked forward to each new surprise the whisper sprite had in store for them. They marveled at the whimsical rearrangements, sharing laughter and delight with their unseen friend. And though they never caught a glimpse of the elusive sprite, they knew it was there, weaving its enchanting magic throughout their cozy village. In the warm glow of the night, as Willow drifted off to sleep with her beloved storybook clutched close, she would often hear the faintest whisper of gratitude carried on the breeze. For in that magical forest, where mystery danced hand in hand with friendship, even the most puzzling occurrences could bring comfort, joy, and a reminder to cherish the simple wonders of life. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar, and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear. As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Leela felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Leela explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Leela paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 36. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering brook, there lived a young girl named Layla. Leela had a curious heart and a mind full of dreams. Her days were spent wandering the meadows, befriending the creatures that lived there, and listening to the whispers of the wind as it rustled through the leaves. But what Leela loved most was to explore her grandmother's attic, a treasure trove of old, forgotten things. One golden afternoon, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leela found herself drawn to the attic once more. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that filtered through the small, round window. The wooden floorboards creaked softly under her feet as she rummaged through chests and trunks, each filled with trinkets and oddities from times long past. It was then that she stumbled upon an old, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, and it seemed to hum faintly in her hands. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a small, shimmering feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It glowed with a soft, iridescent light, casting a rainbow of colors across the walls. Leela's eyes widened with awe as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed the feather, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body. She felt a lightness in her heart, and an enchanting melody filled her mind. It was as if the feather had awakened something inside her, something magical and wondrous. Layla knew she had discovered something extraordinary, and she couldn't wait to share it with her best friend, Finn. Finn was a kind-hearted boy with a knack for storytelling and an adventurous spirit that matched Leela's own. Together, they had explored every nook and cranny of their village, but this discovery was something entirely new. "Leela, what have you found?" Finn asked, his eyes wide with excitement as she showed him the feather. "I'm not quite sure, but it feels magical," Leela replied, her voice tinged with wonder. As they marveled at the feather, a soft, melodious voice echoed in their minds. "I am the feather of whimsy," it sang. "I grant those who find me the gift of seeing the world with new eyes, illuminating paths hidden to others. The children exchanged a glance, their hearts alight with curiosity and anticipation. They knew this was the beginning of an adventure like no other. The feather of whimsy guided them to seek wisdom from the village's oldest resident, a gentle woman named Seraphine. Her eyes sparkled with an ancient kindness, and her laughter was like the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells. She welcomed them into her cozy cottage, where the aroma of lavender and freshly baked bread filled the air. "Dear children," Seraphine said, her voice as soft as a lullaby, "the feather of whimsy is a rare and precious gift. It will show you the beauty and truth in all things, but only if you seek with an open heart." Leela and Finn listened intently, eager to learn more. "What should we do?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Follow where it leads," Seraphine advised, "and trust in the journey. Remember, true wisdom lies not in knowing all the answers, but in understanding the questions." With Seraphine's words echoing in their minds, Layla and Finn set off on their journey. The feather of whimsy glowed softly, guiding them through fields of wildflowers and along the banks of the babbling brook. They marveled at the vibrant colors and delicate fragrances that seemed to come alive around them. As they traveled, they met a cast of enchanting characters. There was Oliver, the wise old owl, who shared stories of the forest's ancient secrets. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and creams, and his eyes twinkled with mischief and wisdom. Then there was Luna, the playful fox, her fur a fiery orange that glimmered in the dappled sunlight. She taught them the art of listening to the earth, of feeling the heartbeat of the land beneath their feet. Layla and Finn learned to see the world through new eyes, discovering hidden paths and forgotten tales. They found joy in the simplest things, the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of the stream, the quiet beauty of a star-filled sky. But their journey wasn't without challenges. One day they found themselves at the edge of a vast, mist-covered lake. The feather of whimsy glowed brighter, urging them to cross. "How do we get across?" Leela wondered aloud, her brow furrowed in thought. A voice, as soft as the breeze, answered from the depths of the mist. It belonged to Mira, the lake guardian, a serene figure with eyes as deep and mysterious as the waters she protected. "To cross the lake, you must learn to see beyond what is, to what could be." Leela and Finn pondered her words, recalling Seraphine's advice. They closed their eyes and let their hearts guide them. In their minds, they envisioned a path across the lake, formed by stepping stones of light. When they opened their eyes, the path appeared, shimmering and real. With careful steps, they crossed the lake, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. On the other side, they found a hidden grove, a place of peace and beauty, where time seemed to stand still. Their adventure taught them that the world was full of wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the ordinary. They realized that true magic lay not in the feather, but in their ability to see the beauty and possibility in everything around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight blue, Layla and Finn made their way back to the village. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, their hearts forever changed by the magic they had experienced. The feather of whimsy, having fulfilled its purpose, glowed gently in Leela's hand before dissolving into a shower of sparkling light. It left behind a warmth in their hearts, a reminder of all they had learned. Layla and Finn shared their tale with the village, their voices weaving a tapestry of wonder and discovery. And as they spoke, the villagers felt the magic of the feather of whimsy, seeing the beauty and possibility in their own lives. That night, as Leela lay in her bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She closed her eyes, listening to the gentle lullaby of the night, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder, just waiting to be explored. And so the village slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the gentle glow of newfound wisdom. Story 37. In the heart of a sprawling ancient forest, where the sun's golden rays filtered through the thick canopy of emerald leaves, stood a grove known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind. This grove was a sanctuary, a place where the hidden lives of the forest's creatures intertwined in a delicate dance of harmony and balance. Here nature thrived in its purest form, unfurling secrets that had been passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves, a melody that welcomed the dawn with open arms. As the morning mist began to lift, revealing dewdrops that glistened like tiny jewels on the foliage, a gentle deer named Bram awoke from his slumber. His coat was the color of cinnamon, and his eyes held the wisdom of the forest, passed down from his ancestors. Bram was a guardian of balance, entrusted with the knowledge of the land's ancient rhythms. Bram's best friend was a wise old owl named Clara, whose feathers shimmered with the hues of the night sky. Clara perched upon a sturdy oak, the tree's bark rough and comforting beneath her claws. She watched over the forest with a keen eye, her heart beating in time with the natural world. Together, Bram and Clara were the custodians of this enchanted grove, ensuring that the harmony of life remained undisturbed. As the seasons changed, so did the forest. Each transformation brought with it a magical phenomenon, reflecting the deep bond between the land and the sky. In spring, the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, violets and daisies that painted the forest floor in a riot of colors. The gentle hum of bees echoed through the trees, their wings creating a soft, soothing buzz as they danced from blossom to blossom. Summer arrived in a blaze of warmth, the sunlight dappling the ground with patterns of light and shadow. The streams gurgled with delight, their waters cool and refreshing. It was during this time that the fireflies emerged, their tiny lanterns flickering like stars fallen to earth. Bram and Calla would watch in awe as the fireflies weaved intricate patterns in the twilight, illuminating the forest with their ethereal glow. Autumn brought a crispness to the air, the leaves turning vibrant shades of amber and crimson before gently drifting to the ground. The forest was ablaze with color, a tapestry of oranges and reds that whispered stories of change and renewal. It was during this season that Calla would recount the tales of old to the younger creatures, sharing the wisdom of their ancestors and the importance of maintaining the balance. Winter wrapped the forest in a blanket of stillness, the world hushed beneath a layer of soft, powdery snow. The air was sharp and invigorating, and the trees stood silent and proud, their branches etched against the pale sky. The northern lights would dance across the heavens, their colors swirling in a mesmerizing display that left Bram and Calla breathless with wonder. One particularly frosty winter's day, a curious fox named Layla ventured into the grove. Her fur was as white as the snow, and her eyes sparkled with the mischief of youth. Leela was drawn to the grove by the tales of magic and balance, eager to learn the secrets that lay hidden within its depths. She approached Bram and Calla with a heart full of questions, and a spirit eager to understand the world around her. "Wise Bram and dear Calla," Leela began, her voice a silken whisper in the crisp air, "how does the forest remain in such perfect harmony? What is the secret to this wondrous balance?" Bram smiled gently, his breath misting in the cold. "The secret, dear Leela, lies in understanding the rhythm of life. Each creature, each leaf, and each drop of rain plays a part in the great symphony of nature. We must listen and learn to dance to its tune." Calla nodded, her eyes twinkling with the light of a century's worth of wisdom. "And we must remember that we are all connected," she added softly. "The land, the sky, the creatures, they all share a bond that is strengthened by kindness and respect." As the days turned into weeks, Layla became a cherished member of the grove. Under the guidance of Bram and Calla, she learned to appreciate the subtle changes of the seasons, the gentle ebb and flow of life that sustained the forest. She discovered that true magic existed in the simplest of things, the way a snowflake landed softly on her nose, or how the wind sang through the trees, carrying with it the stories of the past. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leela sat with Bram and Calla beneath the towering oak. The fireflies were out, their lights flickering in the cool night air, and the forest was alive with the soft rustle of creatures settling in for the night. "Thank you," Leela whispered, her heart full with gratitude. "You've taught me so much about the beauty of balance and the wisdom of nature." Bram nodded, his eyes warm and kind. "And you, dear Leela, have reminded us of the joy of discovery and the power of friendship." Calla ruffled her feathers, contentment enveloping her like a warm embrace. "Remember, the forest is always here for you, as are we. The magic of nature is a gift to be cherished and protected." And so, with the gentle guidance of Bram and Calla, Leela came to understand the true essence of harmony. She learned that the greatest magic lay in the connections forged between beings and the land they called home. As she curled up to sleep beneath the starlit sky, the grove around her breathed in a peaceful rhythm, cradling her in a world where balance reigned and the heart of the forest beat strong and true. Thus the seasons continued their eternal cycle, each one a testament to the enduring beauty and harmony of the ancient forest. And in the heart of it all, Bram, Calla, and Leela watched over their beloved grove, ensuring that the wisdom of the ages was preserved for generations to come. Story 38. In a quaint, sun-dappled village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Oliver. The villagers knew him for his kind smile and his curious nature, always exploring the nooks and crannies of their little world with his faithful dog, Jasper, by his side. Oliver's home was a cozy cottage, its walls lined with books and keepsakes from the travels of his late grandfather, who had been a storied adventurer. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like tiny parachutes, Oliver set out on his usual stroll, Jasper trotting happily alongside. They wandered through the village square, greeting shopkeepers and neighbors, their journey culminating at the edge of the ancient, whispering woods. It was here, in the soft shadows beneath the canopy, that Oliver stumbled upon something extraordinary. His foot caught on an old, weathered box half buried in the earth. It seemed unremarkable at first, yet as Oliver brushed away the dirt, intricate carvings of swirling vines and distant stars revealed themselves on its surface. Curiosity piqued, he opened the box to find a peculiar object, a small, ornate magnifying glass with a golden frame and a lens that glimmered with an inner light. Intrigued, Oliver held the magnifying glass up to his eye, peering through it at the world around him. To his amazement, the ordinary forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and shimmering auras. Each tree, flower, and creature was cloaked in a mystical glow, as if revealing a hidden layer of existence unseen by the naked eye. Eager to uncover the secrets of this newfound treasure, Oliver hurried back to the village, Jasper bounding ahead. He visited his friend, Granny Willow, the wise and kindly herbalist known for her knowledge of all things magical and mysterious. Her cottage was a fragrant haven, filled with dried herbs and the comforting crackle of a warm fire. "Ah, Oliver, my dear," Granny Willow greeted him with a twinkling smile. "What brings you to this old crone today?" Oliver explained his discovery, handing the magnifying glass to Granny Willow, who examined it with a knowing glint in her eyes. "This is no ordinary trinket, my boy. It is a seer's lens, crafted long ago to reveal the true essence of things." With Granny Willow's guidance, Oliver learned that the lens could uncover not just the beauty in the world, but also its hidden truths and forgotten stories. Yet its greatest magic lay in showing the potential within people, their hopes, dreams, and the kindness in their hearts. Eager to share his revelation, Oliver embarked on a gentle quest to help his fellow villagers see the magic within themselves. With Jasper's playful spirit leading the way, they visited the baker, whose bread always seemed to taste of warmth and love, and the blacksmith, whose hands crafted tools with precision and care. Each time, Oliver invited them to look through the lens, revealing the unique glow of their talents and passions. The village began to change, not through grand gestures or feats of strength, but through the quiet realization that each person held something wondrous within. The shy weaver discovered her threads sang with stories, the timid scholar found his words danced with wisdom, and even the grumpy miller softened, seeing his gruff exterior belied a heart that cherished laughter. One day, Oliver faced his own challenge. A fierce storm rolled in, threatening the autumn festival that the villagers had been eagerly preparing. As rain poured down and winds howled, Oliver gathered everyone in the village hall, his voice calm and steady. "Look through the lens," he urged, holding it aloft. "See not the storm, but the strength of our community." As each villager took a turn peering through the lens, they saw not the rain-soaked fields, but the bonds of friendship and resilience that tied them together. With newfound spirit, they worked hand in hand, transforming the hall into a cozy haven of lanterns, music, and shared stories. The storm outside became a mere whisper compared to the warmth and cheer within. When the skies finally cleared, the village emerged with a profound sense of unity and appreciation for the quiet magic that dwelled in their everyday lives. And Oliver, with Jasper ever at his side, continued to wander, discovering wonders in the ordinary and sharing the lens's gentle magic wherever he went. As the years passed, Oliver's adventures became tales whispered by firesides, and the seer's lens found its place on Granny Willow's mantle, waiting for the next curious soul to uncover its secrets. Yet the real magic lay not in the lens itself, but in the hearts of those who learned to see the world and each other with eyes of wonder. And so, in the village by the shimmering lake, beneath the gaze of ancient hills, the spirit of discovery and friendship lived on, a gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to the beauty within. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived a curious young girl named Layla. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Layla would sit by her bedroom window, watching the shadows of the woods dance under the moonlight. Her heart brimmed with wonder about the mysteries that lay beyond the towering trees she had never dared to explore. One bright morning, with a gentle breeze in the air, Layla decided it was time to venture into the Whispering Woods. She donned her favorite cloak, a vibrant green that matched the fresh leaves of spring, and set off with a small satchel filled with a few essentials: a flask of water, a slice of her grandmother's honey cake, and a tiny notebook for recording her adventures. As Layla stepped into the woods, she was greeted by a symphony of birdsong. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the path beneath her feet was soft and welcoming. Not far into her journey, Layla came across a brook that babbled cheerfully as it meandered its way through the forest. Sitting on a moss-covered rock by the water's edge was a small creature with fur as white as snow and eyes that glimmered like morning dew. It was a Wimbit, a creature of legend known for its wisdom and playful nature. "Hello there," the Wimbit chirped, its voice as light as a feather. "What brings you to the Whispering Woods?" "I'm exploring," Layla replied, her voice filled with excitement. "I've always wanted to see what lies beyond the village." The Wimbit nodded, its tiny ears twitching with understanding. "Exploration is the key to discovering the wonders of our world. But remember, dear one, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it." With a nod of agreement, Layla continued her journey, her heart buoyed by the Wimbit's words. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she encountered a grove of trees with trunks so wide it would take several people to encircle them. These ancient sentinels rustled gently, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. In the heart of the grove, Layla discovered a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms glowing faintly with a soft, silver light. Intrigued, she approached the circle, and as she stepped inside, she was enveloped by a gentle warmth. Suddenly the mushrooms began to hum a melody, a tune both strange and familiar, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. From the shadows emerged another creature, a fae with wings like stained glass, shimmering in the dappled sunlight. The fae bowed gracefully to Leela. "Welcome, brave traveler. You have found the Circle of Echoes, a place where the forest shares its stories with those who dare to listen." Layla listened intently as the fae recounted tales of ancient times, of friendships forged and dreams realized. Each story was a gentle reminder that life's greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. With newfound courage, Leela continued her exploration, guided by the whispers of the woods. She encountered a family of squirrels, whose antics brought laughter to her lips, and a wise old owl who shared riddles that tickled her mind. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Layla made her way back to the village. Her heart was full not just with the wonders she had witnessed, but with the realization that the world was vast and beautiful, filled with stories waiting to be discovered. Upon reaching home, Leela sat by the fireplace, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames, much like the shadows she had once watched from her window. She understood now that courage and exploration were intertwined, each step into the unknown bringing new understanding and joy. Before drifting off to sleep, Leela opened her notebook and began to write, her words capturing the magic of the day. She knew that while her adventure had come to an end, it was but the first of many, for the world was full of enchanting places and whimsical creatures, waiting just beyond the next bend in the path. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit eager for discovery, Leela settled into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the promise of tomorrow's adventures, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. Story 40. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his 3 eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucerian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucerian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, to remind you of our shared adventure. With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Pharaonian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 41. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and windows that welcomed the golden morning light with open arms. The village, known as Willow Glen, was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming wisteria. Leora was known for her kind heart and her love of the forest that bordered her home. She spent her days tending to her garden, where vibrant blooms danced in the breeze, each petal humming with life. Yet despite her serene surroundings, Leora often felt a restlessness fluttering within her, like a bird yearning to take flight but unsure of its wings. The village was preparing for the annual Festival of Lanterns, a time when the townsfolk would gather to celebrate the changing seasons by releasing lanterns into the night sky, each carrying a wish or a dream. As Leora watched her neighbors bustling with excitement, she felt a pang of uncertainty. Change, though a constant in the natural world she so loved, was something she found difficult to embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Leora decided to take a solitary walk into the forest. The familiar path wound its way through towering trees that whispered secrets to the wind, their leaves a symphony of rustling. The forest had always been her sanctuary, a place where she felt most at ease, surrounded by the comforting embrace of nature. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Leora stumbled upon a glade she had never seen before. It was a hidden jewel, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches sweeping the ground like a gentle curtain. Intrigued, Leora approached the tree, drawn by its ancient presence. To her surprise, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the roots. Opening the box, she discovered it contained a collection of tiny, shimmering crystals. Each crystal was a different color, and as she held them in her hand, they began to pulse with a gentle, warm light. Just then, a soft voice broke the silence of the night. "Those are the crystals of change," said a figure stepping into the moonlight. It was the village elder, a wise and gentle woman named Seraphina. Her eyes twinkled like stars, and her presence was as calming as the forest itself. The crystals of change. Leora echoed, her curiosity piqued. Seraphina nodded, her smile serene. Each crystal holds the magic of transformation, mirroring the inner growth of the one who uses them. They can help guide you through the changes you seek to embrace. Leora gazed at the crystals, their colors reflecting her own swirling emotions. With Seraphina's encouragement, she decided to take the crystals home, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. Over the following days, Leora began to meditate with the crystals, allowing their gentle magic to illuminate her heart. She discovered that the blue crystal resonated with her deepest fears, while the green one mirrored her hopes. The red crystal pulsed with the passion she felt for her garden, and the golden crystal glowed with the warmth of friendship. As she spent time with each crystal, Leora learned to embrace the changes within herself. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but rather a natural part of life's journey. Her garden flourished like never before, each bloom a testament to her inner growth. Her friends noticed the change in her, too. "There's a lightness to you, Leora," remarked Aidan, a close friend who often helped her in the garden. "It's as if you found something you've been searching for." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "It's the magic of the forest," she replied, knowing it was more than that. It was the magic of self-discovery, of embracing one's true self. As the Festival of Lanterns approached, Leora felt ready to join in the celebration. She crafted a lantern adorned with petals and leaves from her garden, each one representing a part of her journey. On the night of the festival, with the sky a blanket of stars, she released her lantern alongside her friends and neighbors. As the lanterns ascended into the night, carrying wishes and dreams, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. She closed her eyes and whispered her own wish, a wish for continued growth and the courage to embrace whatever changes life may bring. As the lanterns disappeared into the heavens, Leora knew that she had found her wings. The restlessness that had once haunted her had transformed into a gentle curiosity for the world and all its wonders. She understood now that change was a gift, a chance to blossom anew with each passing season. And so, in the tranquil village of Willow Glen, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, Leora continued her journey, her heart as open and welcoming as the sunlight that streamed through her cottage windows each new day. With each sunrise, she greeted the world with a smile, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, forever growing, forever changing, just like the forest she so dearly loved. Story 42. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village, nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the Moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Story 43. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest, where the emerald canopy stretched far and wide, there lay a hidden world known only to those who believed in the magic of the unseen. This was a place where the delicate balance between the ordinary and the extraordinary danced like sunlight on the rippling surface of a secret woodland pond. It was here, nestled under the protective arms of ancient oaks and towering pines, that our tale begins. The village of Elderglen sat on the edge of this enchanted forest, its cobbled streets and ivy-clad cottages humming with the gentle bustle of daily life. Among the villagers there was a young girl named Leora. With her raven-black hair and eyes that sparkled like starlit skies, Leora was known for her boundless curiosity and her heart as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. She carried with her a small wooden flute, intricately carved and polished to a soft sheen, a gift from her grandmother who whispered of its secret power, a power Leora had yet to understand. Every evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora would wander into the forest, her footsteps light and her spirit eager. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves spoke to her in a language older than time itself. One such evening, as she ventured deeper than she ever had before, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its bark etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the twilight. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet notes of a melody only Leora could hear. Intrigued, she approached the tree and, feeling a pull from within, raised her flute to her lips. The music that flowed was like a river of dreams, echoing through the forest in a cascade of notes that shimmered like dew in the morning sun. With each note the symbols on the tree glowed brighter, and a doorway of light appeared in the trunk, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Leora hesitated for only a moment. Her heart, filled with the thrill of adventure and the promise of mystery, urged her forward. She stepped through the doorway, her fingers brushing against the warm, light-touched bark, and began her descent into the hidden world below. As she descended, the air grew cooler, and the light from above faded into a soft, welcoming glow. The staircase opened into a vast cavern, where bioluminescent fungi clung to the stone walls, casting a serene, ethereal light. The cavern was alive with the gentle hum of unseen creatures, and the echoing drip of water created a soothing symphony. In the center of the cavern lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Leora approached, kneeling at its edge, and gazed into the water. There she saw not her own reflection, but the image of a tiny, delicate creature, a fairy with wings like spun silver and eyes like liquid moonlight. The fairy smiled, and her voice, as soft as a lullaby, filled the cavern. "Welcome, Leora," she said, her words weaving a tapestry of warmth and wonder. "You have found the gateway of Elderglin, a realm hidden from the eyes of those who do not seek with their hearts." Leora's eyes widened with delight and awe. "I've always known there was more to the forest than meets the eye," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the delicate magic that surrounded her. The fairy fluttered closer, her wings creating a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers. "Indeed, and you have the gift to see beyond the ordinary. Your flute, a token of your lineage, holds the power to open paths and reveal truths." Leora's fingers tightened around the flute. "What truths?" she asked, her curiosity piqued, her heart thrumming with anticipation. "The truth of friendship and unity," the fairy replied, her expression growing thoughtful. "Our world and yours are intertwined, yet there are those who seek to sow discord, to separate what should be joined." A shadow flickered in the corner of the cavern, and Leora turned to see a figure emerging from the darkness, a tall, slender creature with eyes like polished obsidian and a cloak woven from shadows. Despite the figure's intimidating appearance, there was a gentleness in its movements, a grace that belied its form. "This is Gwydion," the fairy introduced, her voice full of affection. "A guardian of our realm, and a friend to those who walk the path of light." Gwydion bowed, his cloak rippling like a midnight wave. "It is an honor, young Leora," he said, his voice deep and resonant, echoing like distant thunder. Leora nodded, feeling a strange kinship with these beings she had just met. "How can I help?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. The fairy's eyes shone with gratitude. "There is a barrier, a veil of misunderstanding that separates our worlds. You, with your music and your heart, can help lift it. By playing your flute, you can weave a bridge of harmony between us, a melody that speaks of friendship, of belonging." Leora felt a swell of determination. She looked at Gwydion, whose nod of encouragement filled her with confidence, and she raised her flute once more. The melody that poured forth was unlike any she had played before. It was a song of the earth, of the sky, of the heart. It wove through the cavern, touching every stone, every drop of water, and every living being. It was a melody of unity, of hope, a promise of a future where all could coexist in peace. As the final notes faded into the air, the cavern seemed to sigh with contentment. The light around the pool brightened, and the fairy clasped her hands in delight, her wings shimmering with joy. "You have done it," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "The first step has been taken, and the path to unity is set." Gwydion stepped forward, his eyes softening with pride. "Your courage and kindness have opened the way, Leora. Remember, the journey of understanding is one of many steps, but each step you take brings us closer to the harmony we seek." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of fulfillment and purpose. She knew that her journey was only beginning, but she also knew that she would not walk it alone. With a heart full of hope and gratitude, Leora bid farewell to her new friends and retraced her steps up the spiral staircase. As she emerged from the tree's embrace into the cool night air, she paused to look back, knowing that the hidden world within the forest would always welcome her. The stars above twinkled in the velvet sky, and the forest whispered around her, a chorus of life and magic. Leora turned her face toward the path that led back to Elderglin, her steps light and her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that she was part of something greater than herself. A bridge between worlds, a melody of harmony that would resonate for generations to come. With each step she hummed the melody she had played, a reminder of the bonds she had forged and the promise of peace that lay ahead. The forest, her eternal companion, sang along, and together they wove a lullaby of hope into the night, a song that would echo in the hearts of all who listened. And so, with the forest's gentle embrace around her and the stars guiding her way, Leora returned home, her heart aglow with the magic of friendship and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures. With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listen to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 81. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, A gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 87. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, The glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. "Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need." And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way. With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 91. Story 92. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. the once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 93. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmer fox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The Whimsy Wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 98. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, Wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese, she followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 99. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village, known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Quilon, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Etherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived, the whispering woods and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place. From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it. The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. But now, the stag continued, the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust. With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway. their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos. with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette. and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. "The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits." Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. "The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage." As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things. Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight, I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent. As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. "One day," continued grandmother, "a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. 'This,' Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, 'will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect.' With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders, a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Leela felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toy maker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the Enchanted Glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion. A small, plump rabbit, with fur as white as winter's first snow, and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Ela noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Ela lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Ela felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Ela continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Ela came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ela's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Ela felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid. Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here. Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. I am honored to meet you, Eliana, she replied, her voice steady. What secrets do you speak of? Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years. Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. You have seen the wisdom of the forest, Eliana said softly. Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey. Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow. With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you. As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the whispering woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul. With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty. its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery.